mother, my father denied me religion, disallowed me to read or write for over 300 years. They reduced me to the level of an animal where they branded me on my chest, branded me on my pockets with a branding iron. And they called me 3/5 of a human being in the American Constitution. Is that the act of a human being or the act of a devil?
Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread?
Let's deal with common sense. The Egyptians of antiquity, not the Egyptians you see today in that land, okay? That usurped that land, pushed those real Egyptians out into the Sudan, okay, the Sudanese over there. Understand that? The Ottoman Turks and the Arabs got together and pushed them out. So when you understand it's the Egyptians of antiquity that I asked about, what color were they? I'm asking you. We don't. Everybody knows. They were black.
The evil that men should turn their brothers into beasts of burden, to slave and suffer dumb anguish, be stripped of spirit and hope and faith, only because they are of another race, another creed.
Listen, where's your kingdom? Where's your land? Where's your castles? Before Alexander, name it, you can't, because it does not exist.
Therefore fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith the Lord, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity.
Shabbat shalom and blessings, family. How everybody doing out there? How y'all doing? Shalom and blessings. It's your brother Banya, your brother Lashan Najee, that you today on Shabbat. On our day of rest, we seemed like it was a pressing matter, so we wanted to just conversate with the family, you know, just have a little discussion and have you brothers and sisters be privy to our discussion today, you know. And what we're going to talk about is why we keep the seventh day, why we keep the Sabbath on so-called Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Now, this is a pressing matter because there's a lot of confusion out there. And as watchmen of the Most High, it is our duty to make sure that we put out our position and that people can get the adequate information to make their own decision based off of what's presented to them, right? So I just want to have my other brothers greet you guys and everything before we just get into the discussion. And, you know, brothers can give their own statements on why they believe they follow the Sabbath and what's prudent in their understanding. Shalom and blessings, brother Elisha. You can start off.
Hey, Shabbat shalom to all the people out there. I know it's been a minute. I pray everybody is blessed, that the Most High is blessing your houses, blessing your hands, and that the burdens that have been impressed upon us is not getting overly burdensome, you know. So just looking forward to this conversation, to this discussion about why we keep the Sabbath, why we believe the Sabbath is what it is, and that the Most High is surely left us a rest that we can come back to the commandments to fulfill the scriptures when the Most High calls upon us to come back to the commandments, and then he'll return and heal our land, because that's one of the biggest stipulations to our deliverance, is that we turn back and keep the commandments that we didn't keep in our own land. So it's of necessity that a way had been left for us, which it is. So we're going to discuss that. So peace and blessings to everybody.
Brother Najee.
All right. Great to be on with you brothers again. Like Brother Elisha said, it's been a minute. Hope everybody in the fam out there is doing well. Yeah, we wanted to get on real quick to, you know, kind of talk to you about this pressing kind of you know, this pressing information as we go forward in this walk and we come into this awakening. We know that the thing that is most pressing on us is our guidance back to the law, statutes, and commandments, and keeping what we lost, and keeping what, you know, I won't just name Christianity, but, you know, we've been locked into so many other things, being in captivity and being lost, not just here in the United States, but around the world. And us coming back to the Most High is, like I said, following the law, statutes, and commandments. And one of those things is to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. So it is of the utmost importance that we attempt, if we don't know, right? We need to figure it out. It is one of the things that we must do. Figure out what that means to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy, and turn our hearts to the Most High and attempt to seek his face. And he will bring us back. He will heal our land, and he will bring us back and put us in our status as his people. So that's what we're going to be talking about right now. Glad you all could join us.
Thanks, brother Najee. Thank you, brother Elisha. Both of these brothers are my elder. I'm the younger in this group. And I would like to say, man, like what you just said right there, remember the Sabbath day. That was a commandment. The Most High told us to remember for a reason, because there would be things in place that would cause us to forget. But as we go more near the second Exodus and our deliverance, it's prudent for us to be keeping these commandments, right? Let me share this scripture. Now, my understanding is kind of rudimentary, but nevertheless, it's based off of scripture, right? I don't have a plethora of different reasons of why I keep the Most High's commandments. My thing is just really simple. I'm like, yo, the Most High said so. That's it for me. That's all that's needed for me. The Most High said so. I don't get into the deep understandings of why he said he should do this or we should do that and what was the Most High thinking. I'm not deep like that. I'm just really simple about things, right? Now let's see what I can share here. The scripture, right? I'm gonna share two scriptures with you. And these scriptures is really the foundation on why I believe we should keep the Sabbath. Now, 10 Commandments should be read in every Sabbath. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read it. And this is in Exodus chapter 20, starting at verse 1. Can you brothers see that?
Yeah, we can see it, bro.
All right, great. So it says in Exodus chapter 20, verse 1, and the Most High spake all these words, saying, I am the Most High thy Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Most High, thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy Elohim in vain, for the Most High will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Most High thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Most High made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Most High thy Elohim giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill or murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thundering and the lightning and the noise and the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not the Most High speak with us, lest we die. Now, I'm going to stop right there. Now, obviously, the people knew they had some things that they were dealing with, and they knew if they came in the Most High presence, he would destroy them. Now, it says, 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. That's in Exodus chapter 20 and 9. It said, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Most High. So it's telling us right there, we have 7 days in the week, right? In the seventh, on that 7th day, that's when we rest. 6 days we can work. Now the issue is this: you have some people who think that the Sabbath comes maybe once a month. That means they're working for a whole month and resting one time out of a month. But that's not just the basis of my argument. That's not what's important here. This is what's important. This is the basis of my argument. Because if we're talking about being delivered, and we're talking about the second Exodus, and we're talking about the 400-year prophecy, we have to ask ourselves, what is required of us to be delivered? Because Deuteronomy 30:1 tells us what's required. But if we're saying that we can't keep the Sabbath day, and we're dealing with ambiguous information that's not telling us when we could keep it, then we have an issue. It's a contradiction to Deuteronomy chapter 30:1. And it says, and it should come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whether the Most High that Elohim have driven thee, and shall return unto the Most High that Elohim, and obey his voice according to all that he command thee, according to all that he command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that then the Most High thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Most High thy Elohim has scattered thee. So there has to be a concerted effort for our people to come back and do what the Most High told us to do according to his commandments. If we're dealing with situations where we're saying that we don't have to keep the Sabbath, or we don't know when the Sabbath is, when we can count to 7, we're dealing with an issue of us not going back to the commandments, but turning away from the commandments. And here's another question. If it starts with the Sabbath, does it end with the Sabbath? Right? Does it end there? Or is it going to go to, well, maybe we can eat pork. Maybe we don't have to do these other commandments because, hey, look, we're not really sure that this is what it is. This was a different language. This was a different time. Right? So when we're dealing with that type of mindset, we have to be careful because our salvation is hinged upon our obedience towards the Most High. These are stipulations that are put in place according to the Most High having mercy upon us. Even if we're not completely correct, the effort of trying to come back to the Most High, he will see us through that. But that's just my spiel on things. That's my spiel, and that's my basic understanding of why I keep the Most High's 7th-day Sabbath. That's why I count to 7 and then I rest. That's why I don't do any work on the 7th day or sell or buy. That's why I do that. Let's move on to the brothers. Brother Najee.
Yeah, everything you said was just key and on point, Brother Banya. Out of the commandments that you read out of Deuteronomy, when the Most High says, "In 6 days you do your work; on the seventh you rest," and then we go further. We go to the Gospels. I believe I can't pinpoint it right now. I believe it's in Matthew. It's also in Mark, where Hamashiach says, "The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath." You see, this commandment here is not only a commandment of the Most High to his people, it's a sign to show who his people are. We are supposed to keep the Sabbath. And when we were dispelled and cursed and placed into our captivities, it's one of the things that we lost. You cannot identify us as the people because we weren't keeping the Sabbath. We weren't keeping it out of ignorance. We had no idea what day it was. We had no idea why we should keep the Sabbath. We had no idea that we should keep the Sabbath. But now, here, back in this awakening, coming back to the law, statutes, and commandments, we understand that the Sabbath is a commandment of the Most High, and it is a sign showing who we are, that we are his people. If we don't even make an attempt, if we say, okay, we can't know what this day is, and we're not even making an attempt, number one, to find it out, number two, to keep it, how does that sign relate to us? We love to take the idea and say, okay, we are quote unquote black men and women, and therefore our skin color, our complexion is a sign that we are the people of the Most High. But the word of the Most High is very clear on what the sign is, and one of those signs is definitely keeping the Sabbath, our seventh-day Sabbath, our rest. The Sabbath is made for us. The Sabbath is made for the people of Yah to rest. 6 days we do our work, and on the seventh we rest. It is a command and a sign of the Most High, and it is of the utmost importance that we come back to the sign. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry for interjection. I just wanted to put something up so you can read it, because this is actually confirmation of what you just said. So I'm gonna throw this up here, and you can see right here under the Sabbath. If you read that, it basically says the same thing that you was just saying concerning the Sabbath and it being the sign. All right. So you go ahead.
At 17.
It's actually Exodus 31 and 12 through 17.
Okay, and I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read that out loud. Thank you, Brother Barney, because you're right. This does confirm it. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, "Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Most High that doth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbaths therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth it shall surely be put to death." Now, this is. Let me just stop right there for a second. This is something that's requiring blood. This is not one of the sins, one of the commandments that doesn't require blood, where you can reconcile without requiring blood. This is requiring blood, your blood, if you break it. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Most High. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days The Most High made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed.
Amen. A perpetual covenant.
Mm.
Forever. Forever. Throughout all our dwellings, throughout all our generations. This was the sign that we are who he said he said we are. It's the sign. Right? So I mean, we have to take heed to those things and remember the Sabbath day. Now, when is the Sabbath day? That's the question. Are we keeping it on the right day? How do we know we keeping it on the right day? Did we study? Did we do our due diligence in the scriptures and history to come to a conclusion that is valid? I don't know. I mean, I read the scriptures, I counted to 7, but like my brother Elisha, there's people within our circle that do various different type of studies to come to an accurate conclusion. I'm gonna hand the mic over to you from here, brother Elisha.
Yeah, thank you, brother, and good words for both of you, brother Bonnie and brother Najee. Now, when we're talking about the Sabbath, you know, it has to be a means or mechanism in place for us to know what the Sabbath is. Like, we can't just be left to our captivities or to anybody else to know when the Sabbath is. So, give me go to the book of John, and let's go to, I believe it's John chapter 10, where the Mashiach says, "Are there not 12 hours in a day?" And this is just an indication. Then we're gonna go back to Exodus real quick.
Okay.
So some of the ways that we can identify the Sabbath is to go into the history books, which we've done in length before, but we can use several citations in the history after we check out John. So if just in case, I'm gonna just grab this verse up real quick.
John what?
I believe it's John chapter 10. Let me go to it.
I got it. I'll pull it up for you, bro.
Yeah, the Mashiach says, "Are there not 12 hours in a day?"
John. Are there not 12 hours?
Yeah. John 11 and 9.
John 11 and 9. Okay. Got it.
So when we're talking about the Sabbath, when the Most High gave us the year, we're going to get to that point right after this. So, brother, if you don't mind reading that for me, John 11 and 9.
John 11 and 9. And Mashiach answered, "Are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world."
Now, when the Mashiach says there are 12 hours in a day, we can recognize if anybody has an almanac, if anybody knows anything about the spring crops, or what they would call the crop report that comes in the springtime. If we know anything about the equinoxes, that there's only 2 times in a year that you have 12 hours in a day. 2 times in a year where the time is equal. That's during the spring equinox, and that's during the fall equinox. That's the one in the 7th month before we go into the Feast of Trumpets, the Day of Atonement, and also the days of tabernacles or tents. And then we have the one in the spring that precipitates us up until we get into Passover, which is the sign that this Passover is coming. And oddly enough, John chapter 11 is leading up to the Passover. So the Mashiach is recognizing the new year when he says this. He says, "Are there not 12 hours in a day?" That's a signal right there that he's talking about the equinox. Now, why would we follow the equinox? Why would we follow the time that would be equal in length or to denote our year? Go back to Exodus chapter 12. Go to Exodus chapter 12, and we can start off. And now remember that 12 hours in a day, only 2 times in a year. You can check it for yourself. You can Google it, whatever you want to do. You can Google that 12 hours in a day only happens 2 times in a year, and that's during the spring and the summer equinox. But do we have any historical references that our people observe the equinox? Do we have them? Do we have them out of the mouth of 2 or out of the mouth of 3? What out of the mouth of 4? What out of the mouth of 5? We actually do. And that's what we're going to go into. Give me Exodus chapter 12.
Got it.
So you go to Exodus chapter 12. We're going to start off in, let's see. I guess we could just start off in verse 1 and we can go, we can just start to read the first 2 verses.
Okay. Exodus chapter 12, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It should be the first month of the year to you.
So the Most High said that this should be the beginning of months and the first month of the year to you. Now, do we have any other indicators other than that? If we go down further, we go down to the next verse. The Most High says, Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they should take every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. So we know that we're on the first day, and on the 10th day he says, Take a lamb. We go down further, the Most High instructs us that the 14th day is the Passover. So we know when the Most High gave us our months that the 7th day was on the 14th. Any brothers, do any of y'all disagree with that? That the 7th day was on the 14th day of our month?
Don't disagree.
No, that makes total sense.
According to the equinox, it'll automatically land on the 14th, would automatically land on the 7th day of the week.
Now
because the equinox starts at the first day of the week, which would, according to Hebrew, according to this calendar, would still be Sunday.
Now, if you don't mind, brother, bring up that calendar that I put together so much, if you don't mind, that we put together. Bring that calendar up. I just want to show something real quick, that we established that the 7th day is the 7th day, and that Passover is on the 14th day. Now, what would it take for the Passover to somehow not end up on the 14th day, or rather Sabbath? How would the Passover go from being on the 7th day, the first year of his inception, but somehow as we get down to our captivities, whether it be Babylon, Greece, whether we get to when we're in the Americas or wherever we're at, how did it get to the point where the Passover can now end up on a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday, when clearly the first Passover was on the 14th day? So the Most High is introducing to us a schedule or a calendar right here when he's saying the 7th day. When he says the 7th day is the Sabbath, he says the 14th day is the Passover, that on the 14th day you keep the Passover. He's giving us an increment of time right there. Now, how could that dislodge if we just count sevens? So we got a calendar right here that we put together for the 364-day calendar. Now, if we were to look at the last day on this calendar, you look at the first day, is representing the first day of spring. You count 7 days, you get to what we commonly call Saturday. Saturday is just a name. Same way as Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. We're only talking about the number Hebraically, that 7. We're counting 7 days. And a Passover would be 14. And then the 21st of our month would be 21, 28, and so forth and so on. So if we stay to counting sevens, you get to the 30th day, you realize that 30th day is supposed to indicate the second day of our week. The calendar doesn't stop at a Sabbath. Go to the next month, brother. The second month ends on the 3rd day of our week, which would be the 17th of May of this year. Would have been the 3rd day of our week, because that's what Wednesday would represent. Sunday would represent the first day. Monday would represent the 2nd day. Tuesday would represent the 3rd day, and Wednesday would represent the 4th. My bad. 4th day is Wednesday. That's how we're commonly calling it in the society that we're in. Just counting sevens. Go to the 3rd month, brother. Now, on the 3rd month, the month ends on a Sabbath. On the 3rd month, the month ends on a Sabbath. That's a total of 91 days. Every 3 months, the month would end on a Sabbath. Every 3 months. Until we get back to a 7th again. And perpetually, the Passover would end on a 14th day on a Sabbath every month. The number of days in the month is not going to change, that the Sabbath stay the same. If a person keep the new moon, they can count 28 days, and the Sabbath still, just by counting sevens, will stay the same. Even when the month changes, it wouldn't change the exact day of the Sabbath just by counting Sabbaths. Now, how do we know that we should go according to the equinox? Like, what historical indications do we have? Go to Exodus 34 when it talks about the time of Abib. The Most High says, in the time of Abib, that's when we're to recognize our new year. I think it's Exodus 34 and is it 14? Let's see. Go to Exodus 34:18.
The book of Exodus, chapter 34, verse 18. The feast of unleavened bread shall you keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest out of Egypt.
So in the time of the month of Abib, and we're establishing that that time of month of Abib is the first day of spring, according to the Hebraic calendar. And that we can get to this same time, even in the Americas, and no matter where we're at on the earth, that we can get to this time. We're going to go into the book of Josephus real quick, and we're going to cite some historical references. One where Josephus says that when the sun is in Aries, and I'm going to grab that up real quick. And we're going to put that on the screen if you don't mind. I'm going to give you the link, bro. Matter of fact, I don't know if I got to put it up.
Yeah, you have to throw that one up, bro.
All right. You know, I always messing up when we do that.
No, brother Elijah, if you can't
do it, but all right,
if you can't do it, bro, just send the link and I'll put it up.
I'm using my PDFs.
Brother Phantom, if you want the calendar, send us an email and we'll send it to you. I'm gonna send you our email address.
So I'm gonna share my screen and hopefully we don't knock everybody out of here. All right.
So here's our email address for Brother Phantom Warrior. If you want the calendar, send us an email and we'll send it over to you.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, bro, we can see it.
All right, so I ain't messing nothing up. Okay.
No, it looks good.
All right, well, let me come up out of that a little bit. I just move away from it. All right, hold up. All right. This is regarding feast days inside the book of Josephus. Well, anyway, we're gonna go to paragraph 5. Matter of fact, just so everybody can see where we're at. Chapter 9, the manner of offering sacrifices in the book of Josephus. We're looking at the PDF version, so it might be a little bit different inside your books. But it says in the month Xanthicus, which is for the Greeks, it says, which is by us called Nisan, and is the beginning of our year, on the 14th day of the lunar month, when the sun is in Aries. For in this month it was that we were delivered from bondage under the Egyptians. The law ordained that we should every year slay the sacrifice, which I before told you we slew when we came out of Egypt, which is called the Passover. So Josephus brings up when the sun is in Aries. If you Google search when the sun is in Aries, it's going to let you know that that's talking about the equinox. Now, the equinox happens every 364 days. Now, throughout the time since we came out of our land, you had basically 4 main calendars that we might have followed, or days of year. We had the lunar calendar, which boiled down to sometimes being 354 days in a year. Some people follow the lunar calendar that was 360. You had those who followed the Gregorian calendar, and you have those who follow the 364-day calendar. I guess those would be the most famous. So you had 2 of them where the moon was the main focus of your year. One ended in 354 days, one ended in 360 days. If you just did 12 months, or 30 times 12, you have 360. And then you had what you commonly have, the Gregorian calendar, which they follow right now, or the Greco-Roman calendar, which is 365 days, not counting the 366 on leap years. And then you have the 364. That was testified of inside the book of Josephus, more so in the book of Philo. And we also have Eusebius, the classical history, and we also have which is called 364-day calendar inside the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the reason why these are accurate books to go by is because when you talk about the equinox, if you're just counting sevens, there's no way to dislodge the Sabbath. Now, it's a way to dislodge the feast days. If one follows the moon, you can always dislodge the feast days because the feast days are predicated on Sabbaths. That's why the Passover every year as a memorial, think about it like this. If your birthday, if a person is born on February 25th, but somehow next year he's born on February 27th or 21st, that's how we've kind of done the feast days now. We kind of have different people, and I'm not knocking any of our brethren. Never will I slight our brethren in anything that they do, at least while to any outside parties. But to each other, we would go into these things thoroughly. But when you're counting sevens or Sabbaths, the feast days will always end up on the same time, same day every year. The Feast of Tabernacles, same day every year. The Feast of the Passover, every day, the same day every year. It's always going to end up on that same number. But because we're in captivity, and you was to look at the calendar that we set up, is that now you can see that the days are different because the calendar we follow in America is not the same as the one that we follow as far as our calendar go. They have a 365-day calendar. They have leap years, which we don't have those things. So we have to have a calendar that has both of them kind of mixed together. So I'm gonna bring up this PDF I got, or this Word doc for the lesson I was working on, and we just look at some of the citations that I have in here.
Question, brother.
Go ahead.
Because I know it's what's really a stumbling block amongst a lot of brothers and sisters is the fact that this nation or the Gregorian calendar goes according to the names of these weeks. We're not taking those names into accountability. When we do these calendars, they're not based off the days of the week. We only use those so that you can recognize where these days are landing and be able to keep them accordingly, because we have people, you go to work, you some of these people, we have jobs, some people go to school or what have you, so you really don't have much of a choice but to go according to the calendars that's here. So we're not basing our calculations off of any of the names of these weeks. Israelites went according to ordinal numbers, if I'm correct, right, brother?
We just went by numbers. We only went by numbers when it came to our weeks, and even our months just went by the number. They were given names as time went on, or they went according to the season. So the names of the days, like naming Saturday after Saturnalia, nothing like that, wouldn't have anything to do with when the day of the Sabbath would be. It's just the name that the heathen placed on what was already the seventh day. Now we would have to show something historically to say, okay, at some point in history, the heathen came along and said, you know what, today is the third day of the week. It's Wednesday or whatever. And we're going to now make this day the fifth day of the week. And that right there would be a citation to say, okay, the days were actually purposely moved out of joint or changed to another day that we would dispute the 7 days. But this is the thing. The Most High has left us a back door. He has left us a way of light. Because long as you can see when the equinox is coming in, as long as you can see when the first day of spring is coming in, nobody can ever remove you from those 7 days, because that's what predicates it. Long as you know when those seasons come in. And we all can see when the first day of spring is. We all can see when the time is equal. Now I know that with daylight savings time, they try to confuse us a little bit. But you can get it. You can get an equinox calendar or equinox clock that'll show you that it's equal day, equal night. And into the calendar that we follow, it's always going to end on what you would call a seventh day. Forget the names of the week that they named them that we currently use for when people go to work or for whatever other occasion they use. Those names are irrelevant to the fact that all we got to do is count sevens.
Right.
The Most High left us that.
And one thing that was a great point, Brother Lasha and Brother Banya, for bringing that out. Another thing that kind of trips us up with the names of the days is that when we try to kind of follow the Sabbaths or follow maybe, let's say, a Hebrew calendar, or kind of go back to where we were, instead of naming the names by numbers, we now have these names Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but we also have a day breaking into another day. So we have now the Sabbath starting in the evening on what's called Friday and ending in the evening of what's called Saturday. And that can also trip some people up because they may be saying, oh, this is one day. But when we're looking at days and the names of days, one day is Friday and Saturday, as opposed to the way it was back when we had our calendar, we had our days correct, whereas one day started in the evening and ended in the evening.
Absolutely.
Now, if you were to look at that as far as the day ending in the evening, at some point you're going to recognize that even with our day ending in the evening, their day starting at 12 a.m. is that at 12 a.m. it actually catches up to the next day. So once you're recognizing that you're in the first day of the week, second day of the week, you can use that as somewhat as a barometer. Now we're going to look at something that was written inside the book of Philo, and we're going to check some more historical references to how easy it is, and we don't have to complicate it about counting sevens. Now, we just read in Josephus where it says when the sun is in Aries. We'll notice that it's a similar vocation in the book of Philo when it says, and the sun, the ruler of the day, making two equinoxes every year. We talked about that when the Mashiach said, are there but 12 hours in a day? There's only 2 times in a year there's 12 hours in a day, and that's at the 2 equinoxes. It says both spring and autumn. The spring equinox in the constellation of Aries. Now stop right there. We just spoke about when Josephus says when the sun is in Aries, a similar vocation inside the book of Philo when he says the constellation of Aries. That's letting you know it's March and April. That's letting you know that's springtime right there. Even the Romans followed that reckoning, and not to get anybody confused to say, okay, well, the Romans would have messed this up. I'm saying that their calendar would recognize universally that the spring would happen around this time. Not saying all over the earth. You might have some places that might follow the spring in different or have them reversed. But in this particular context, it says the spring equinox is in the constellation of Aries. Exactly what Josephus said. Or similar to Josephus. I want to say exactly when he says the sun is in Aries. And Philo says the words, the spring equinox is in the constellation of Aries. They're meaning the same thing, March and April. And it says, and the autumn one in Libra gives the most evident demonstration of the possibility of the divine dignity of the number 7. We went back into it. The Most High counted when he gave us the start of our months. You get to the 7th day, you get to the Sabbath, you go to Exodus chapter 12, then you get to the Passover. The Passover being on the 7th again, which would be on the Sabbath. It would be no reason why the Passover wouldn't be on the Sabbath every year from the time it first was in the first inception of it to the time that we live in now. Just counting sevens. For each of the equinoxes take place in the 7th month because they're 7 months apart. If you were just to count them, not making it 14 months, if you want to look at it like that, no, it's not going to make it 14 months, but it happens in what you would look at it like a 7-month period. Still just totaling 12 months. We can count that too, because I know that might sound confusing, but it actually isn't. Because when I first read it, I was like, damn, that sounds kind of. And then when I looked at it, I was like, okay, I understand what he meant. And it says, at which time men are expressly commanded by the law to celebrate the greatest of the most popular comprehensive festivals, since it is owing to both these seasons that all the fruits of the earth are engendered and brought to perfection, the fruit of the corn and all other which are sown, being owning in the vernal equinox, and that of the vine and of all the other plants which bear hard berries, of which there are great numbers to the autumn one. So even in the law, when we talked about the sheaf offering, if you go in the book of Numbers, it talks about our people didn't bring their offering until they had 8 of the old store. Like you didn't bring your new offering, which when you brought your sheaf, you didn't touch anything until you had brought the first of the first fruits of the spring. You didn't touch any of it. So you still was eating of the old store until you brought that, and that was in that springtime. The same way the Most High started our years. And we would have a bunch of different references inside Philo regarding the equinoxes. Like he'll go overboard with the references to it and giving you the understanding on it. We can read one more. It says Moses put down the beginning of the vernal equinox as the first month of the year, attributing the chief honor, not as some persons to do, to the periodical revolutions of the year in regard to time. That now if you look at some of the people who believe in keeping one Sabbath every 30 days, they go by certain revolutions where the Sabbath can be every 3 months in some sets of brothers who keeps when they keep the operation of the moon. And Josephus and Philo is bringing up that a little bit. He says not some persons due to the periodic revolutions of the year in regard to the time, but rather to the graces of the beauties of the nature which it has caused to shine upon men. For it is through the bounty of nature that the seeds which are sown to produce the necessary food for mankind are brought to perfection. You go back to Exodus 11 when it talks about the bud was not yet inside the corn when the Most High had sent the destroyer. If you go back to that, Bon, you know what I'm talking about. Go to Exodus 11 when it talks about what stage the crops are at when the Most High was about to send us out of Egypt.
All right. This is the final plague for the third. You want to read the whole thing or just a Pacific?
We can't go wrong reading the whole thing. You can read the whole thing if you want.
All right. So Exodus chapter 11, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go. Hence, when he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor and every woman of her neighbor jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And the Most High gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, thus saith the Most High, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon the throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there should be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel should not a dog move its tongue against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Most High doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down thyself unto me, saying, get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Most High said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Most High hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And that's it.
You didn't read the part about the corn wasn't yet inside the ear. Maybe it's in chapter 10. Let me see. Chapter 9. All right, it was in Exodus chapter 9. Just read verse 31.
All right. Chapter 9, verse 31. And it says, and the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold.
Read verse 32.
But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up yet.
So the crops had not fully gotten into to their fullness of when the springtime would come in. The crops were not fully there yet. And at this time, when you go down to verse 36, and Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread abroad his hands unto the Most High, and the thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. So you see, you're still inside the fall harvest at this time, right before you would get to the equinox, or right where you would get to when the Most High told us to start our year. Like, so the crops were not fully inside the bud. Now we go back into the book of Philo, Matter of fact, we're going to look at what Josephus said about the turning of the season and what the crop should look like. Like, how should they be inside the bud? All right, we go right here. It says in Josephus. You want me to put the citation of where we at in Josephus?
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. I know it's it's concerning the garments of the priest and the high priest in chapter 7. Is my screen still up?
Yeah, it's still up.
All right, well, we're right here. And I'll just put this inside the chat. This part right here. So you can read this reference. And but Bond, you can just put it in there. But it'll be the same thing Philo was saying. We got to remember too, Philo and Josephus lived at a time where the temple was still erected. So this is a time where the priest's office is still happening. This is a time where the Mashiach is about to come into his office and to bring deliverance to our people by giving himself. So we're talking about having a better version of the scriptures. And this is how they're operating. This is how they're following. It takes us back to Maccabees when it says, call to remembrance the things of our fathers and give us honor in an everlasting name. The only thing that we can do is have some mimicry here. We have to mimic our fathers, what they did and how they observed and served the Most High, because they have a better account. They hadn't went into the slavery that we're in. Our people that came out of Babylon were still able to keep our laws because we were so closely related to the land. So let's read this part right here. It says, on the fourth day, he adorned the heavens with the sun, the moon, and other stars, appointed them their motions and courses, that the vicissitudes of the seasons might be clearly signified. The sun and the moon are signs. And this is my analysis on what we had read inside Josephus. It says the notable change, the duration of time that the sun in the spring and the summer takes preeminence over the moon, is no more dramatic than when the moon takes preeminence over the sun in the fall and the winter. Preeminence in duration of time is allotted season to denote that the time of season it is and what the harvest is to be sown and reaped. So these seasons is how we dictated our year. We knew what season it was, and all we had to do was count sevens to keep with the Shabbat. And no man can steal from us the season. We can see the season just by walking outside. We know when it's summertime, when the heat index goes over 100. We know when it's spring, when it's warm, it's only 80 degrees, but it's not yet pushing 100. These are things that our people can easily see without any man coming along and taking a calendar from us. Unlike when you have the moon, when the moon is not visible one day, which we go into Eusebius, it talks about that. Sometime the moon is not visible, because you had people even back then that observed the moon. But these seasons were never interrupted, because every man, every woman can feel those seasons. Every man, every woman can tell when the seasons are changing, because most of them themselves were growing crops. And this was how you brought your offering to the Most High. Everybody brought at the 3 major feasts a year their crops to the Most High. And that was based off of the abundance that the Most High given them in each season. It was no way to steal that from them. Now, the months got stolen when you have people denoting the year by the moon or denoting it by the Greco-Roman calendar. Yeah, you can take our months from us in some degree, even somehow dislodge the Sabbaths in the fact that once you go away from 7, now the Passover can end up on any day. But long as you keep it in 7s, it will never dislodge. That was something the Most High gave us that can never be taken from us. We're going to go down into Eusebius of Classical History, read this part right here. Make sure this is the right one I want to read. It says, and this is in chapter, it's on page 310 of Eusebius of Classical History. I don't know if y'all got that. I can probably give you a link to the PDF. But it says, of those distinguished classical, matter of fact, can y'all see it, brother?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, we can see it, bro. That's chapter 32, I believe.
All right. It says, of those distinguished classical toiters or on day, of which they survived until the destruction of the churches, in these he sets forth his opinions on the Passover, from which it might be proper to extract the following. Extracts from canons of Antiochus of the Paschal festival. You have therefore in the first year the new moon of the first month, which is the beginning of the cycle of the 19 years, or 26 of the Egyptian month of Panamoth, but according to the month of the Macedonians, the 22nd of Darius. But the Romans would say before the 11th of the calends of April. Now, if you look up that term, the calends of April, it falls into when the sun is in Aries, and the same way with Philo said, Josephus said, the constellations of Aries. But when the sun is on the 26th of the month of Phaneuf, not only as entering the first segment of the zodiac, but on the fourth day is already found passing through it. But this segment they generally call the first Deditacorium and the equinox, and the beginning of the months, and the head of the cycle of the head of the planetary course. So even inside this early Christian writing, which these would be Israelites for the most part in the book of Eusebius of Classical History, the year was denoted by the equinoxes. They made references to the moon, and a lot of them set certain special days according to the moon, but the year itself was denoted by the equinoxes. And the days of the Sabbath was always connected to the equinox, because the equinox is what you would call 52 Sabbaths. It's just 7 Sabbaths continually. So all you're doing is counting days. Even when I was in prison, I could sit there and count with nobody telling me what the calendar was, because the Most High's calendar was the same. It was always going to rotate to those same days. If the Most High says keep a day as a memorial, but somehow you keep, and we understand this on a micro level. If we was to say that, if I said I'm going to keep the Sabbath on Tuesday next week, somebody come along, correct me, say no, it's the 7th. But for some reason, we don't understand that the Passovers, the Day of Atonement, all these things should be on the same day every year, the same way we expect that standard to be held on the 7th-day Sabbath. We don't expect the 7th day to end up on the 8th day or the 9th day. We all know that the 7th day is the 7th day. And it's the same way with the feast. The feast will always be on the same day every year. It will never change. The feast of blowing the trumpets will always be on the 182nd day of the year. Always, forever. You count 182 days, you'll know automatically that you're on the Feast of Trumpets. How do you know that? Because that's the start of the 7th month. That's exactly 182 days from the new year. The Day of Atonement.
Is that so far? You've given them about 5 witnesses.
Right. So we're gonna give another one too.
Hey, brother Elisha, before you move on, I think JPM, brother, it's really good to see you in the chat, man. I feel like I haven't seen you come up forever. He has a really good question that I think you can address like right now, because I think it's really pertinent to what you're kind of saying at this moment. Can you address that right now, bro?
What's the question? Because I got this, I don't see it.
Should we be going by the seasons that are close to our land, i.e., when their spring and vernal equinoxes begin?
Well, I'm gonna say that is a good question. I'm gonna say that ideally, who wouldn't want to keep the seasons according to what our land was? But this is where I would say that we have some similarity, because a lot of times our people came from different nations where they were scattered and came to Jerusalem. So they were able to follow the seasons in where they were at, despite the fact that they were in another land. Like if you go into the Gospels, our people were coming from different places, Asia. They was coming from the different parts of Africa. And that seemed to be something, as far as the harvest goes, doesn't have too big of separation that we can't be in different lands and come to Jerusalem during the feast days. But I'm gonna make it even simpler. No matter where we go, we can count sevens. We can count the days of the week. And then if we was to somehow go off through being in a dark basement or whatever the case may be, we can always look at the season and say, okay, this is where we're at. Because the seasons is always going to the seasons are always going to stay in place. So it's no way to dislodge from that counting. And like I said, I sat in prison and I was able to count the 364-day calendar. Every year I would just write one out, because I knew that this calendar ended on the 7th day. And I knew that the first day of the year was on the first day. And I knew when spring came in. Even without looking at the almanac that I had, or even calling my brothers on the street, I didn't need none of that to be able to count. And I knew that every feast day always had the same day. The Passover was on the 7th day, because that's when the first one was. The first day of unleavened bread was on the first day. The Feast of Weeks is always going to start on the first day because you're counting sevens just to get to the first day. All of these things are locked in based off of sevens. And I mean, I actually passed up a part inside one of my documents where Philo gets into the significance of the sevens. See what I'm saying? Like, so even through all these captivities, the Most High said, all you got to do is be able to count seven. Once you stop keeping my Sabbath, you won't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High. So that's the importance of the seventh day. That's the importance of the Sabbath. That the Most High said, all you got to do is be able to count 7 days. And if you do that, you should never lose my feast. But if you start following the moon, you start getting all confused by this, you start overly complicating this, man, a child knows how to count to 7. A child don't need you to let you know when his birthday is every year. Now, even though the birthday might be on Tuesday this year and Wednesday the next year, in the historical sense, even though we don't keep birthdays, we don't recognize them. Whatever that birth is, it will always be the same every year. You were born on this 174th day of the Hebrew, that it would always be that if we recognize those things. It wouldn't change because the Most High has a schedule that it was predicated on us keeping the seventh day Sabbath. So when you stop keeping the Sabbath, you can't keep any of it. There's no way to keep the feast days. There's no way to know the seasons. There's no way to do anything. Now, of course, you can go outside and, feel the temperature and things like that. But the easy way to do it would be just to recognize the seventh day Sabbath and don't look at what the heathen is named those days.
Exactly.
The heathen can't come along and change the name of the Most High. Once we got it, we got it. He can call the Most High what he wants. He can't change the name. He can't come along and change the name and confuse us.
Exactly. He can't change the ordinance of the stars, the moons, and the sun. He can't change it. He can't change that rotation.
Now, if you look at right here, and then this is inside of Eusebius of classical history. These are all different references to people that lived thousands of years ago. 2,000 years from our time right now. And this is one of the main parts I wanted to highlight. Even from some of the Christian brothers and sisters at that time, it says, these when they resolve inquiries on Exodus, on the book of Exodus, say that all ought to sacrifice the Passover alike after the vernal equinox in the middle of the first month. Vernal equinox is a denotion to sevens, just counting sevens. The spring harvest, the time of Abib. It's all the same. And this is what our brothers and sisters did at that time. So if a brother say, well, I want to keep, and as far as my understanding is that the Middle East is, I think they're 7 hours ahead of us, because we got brothers in Egypt right now. And I know that, and we got brothers in Israel right now that we actively talk to. I know that Brother Bonnie probably haven't talked to him in a minute, but Brother Brian, Brother Ahazi, Ahazi.
Yeah, Dawa,
He's in Egypt right now. He's in Egypt. The time that I talked to him on Skype, the time difference from Egypt to here, I believe, is 6 or 7 hours. Brother Dawiyah, he's in Israel right now, living in Iraq. So it's an hourly time difference, not a season. They're not keeping the Passover 3-4 months away from when we keep it. They're keeping it in a matter of hours from when we keep it. Mm-hmm. So for a brother to say, what about the time zone? Nah, man, it's not set up like that. Because we got brothers in different countries. We got it's no rock to hide under in the subject, because we got brothers everywhere, and we can talk to those brothers and know that the time difference is not that big. It's not a matter of months or 6 months that we should feel like that. Okay, man, we need to holler at them to say, hey, man, when are you keeping the Passover? Because we're 6 months away from when you're keeping it, or 3 months, or a month. We talking about a matter of hours.
Mm-hmm.
And they're keeping what we would call the harvest, or the when the crop report comes out, which would be if you look in your almanac, would be at the time of what they would call the equinox. Even though if you were to look at the American equinox, it would probably end up they'll change it every now and again to be March 21st or March 24th. All we got to do is count according to our schedule, our calendar, and count those sevens. One thing we can't go wrong on is the Sabbath. If somehow we go wrong on the feast days from missing, being off by the season, we will know the Sabbath. We could always just resort right back to equal day, equal night.
which would be the equinox. All we got to do is wait for the time to be equal. I mean, and brothers done put enough work in on their deck, on their cars, to come up with these understandings. I'm sure brother can recognize right now how much daylight it is in the day and how much nighttime it is if they really wanted to. If you really wanted to know, you wouldn't need to take my word for it. You can just take the 24-hour period that it takes to recognize how much time, how much was light out, how much was nighttime out. Right now, where I'm at in New Jersey, the sun is coming up at 5 a.m. The sun is going down around roughly 8:30, 9 o'clock. Letting us know that from 5 a.m. to almost 9 o'clock, it's daylight. That's letting us know right there that the sun time, or the sun is dominating the nighttime by a few hours. I'm just throwing that out there just to say from 5 to 9, we're talking about 13 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if am I off by hours? From 5 a.m., huh?
No, you're not.
No, that's
all right,
good.
so if you're counting 24, and I know some people say, well, we didn't keep a 24-hour schedule. In the translation, this is how they're breaking it down. This is how it's broken down by them shit when he says 12 hours in a day. If I'm waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning and the sun is peaking right then, and we're talking about the sun not going down fully. I ain't talking about, I'm talking about when you got 2 stars in the sky, which is known as twilight. Because some Israelite circles they'll break down that the sun is not actually set until you see 2 stars in the sky. If you were to go into, I don't want to change the subject, so I'm gonna just lock in because
I kind of want to make I want to make a statement along the lines of morality in according to your our conscience, right? What is the differentiation between an Israelite or us that say we awaken to being Israelites and a Christian if we start deciding that we don't have to keep the Sabbath? You know, it doesn't stop there. Next thing you know, it's going to we can eat pork. Next thing you know, we can smoke weed. We can do all these different things because, hey, everything's ambiguous. You know, nobody really knows if this is what it's supposed to be or that. Now, the brother just gave about 6 references, 6 witnesses that's corroborating the same information, you know? So, I mean, morally, if you're really trying to follow the Most High, you know, these are the type of things that you should be taking heed to. Not some ambiguous information where, you know, you're being told that you can't do something, but you're not getting the answers on how you're supposed to do it. You see? And that's all I wanted to say.
Now, yeah, good word, brother. And if we go into now, this book right here is the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, or the 364-day calendar in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we looked into the manuscript. We're not going to cite Enoch and Jubilees. Far as what we're going to do, we're going to actually cite the 364-day calendar inside the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then it's going to make reference to Jubilees and Enoch. But all these references is to the sevens. We're dealing with the Bible. We're dealing with Philo, Josephus, Eusebius, and classical history. And the reason we use those sources because they're the historical references. There are people, like, I mean, if I'm going to go by reference, I would like to go back as far as I can to see what Israelites did, what our people did. It doesn't tell us to make mention of the heathen or what they did, but it tells us the call to remember the things of our fathers and to give us honor in an everlasting name. So this is right here, and anybody can download this PDF if you want to go through it. And it talks about how the 364-day calendar was mentioned inside the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now I'm gonna read this portion right here. It says the Quran sect rejected this seemingly artificial system and adopted instead the chronological reckoning, probably of priestly origins based on the sun. They practice as attested also in the Book of Jubilees and the First Enoch, and fully laid out the remains of the series of the calendrical documents. The outstanding feature of the solar calendar was its absolute regularity in that instead of 354 days, not divisible by 7, it consisted of 364 days. It says 52 weeks precisely. It says each of its 4 seasons was 13 weeks long, divided into 3 months of the 30 days each, plus an additional remembrance day, which would be that month that's 31 days linking one season to another. And it gives those numbers. Those each season, when I mentioned earlier, would be 31 days, if you would, which would be 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31. Half the year would be 182. That's what Philo meant by 7 months. He meant the 82 days, but technically is 6, but it starts at 7. So you would do the same thing for both, and it comes out to be two sevens. It says, in tune with this way, the laws of the great light of heaven, and not with the festivals of the nations. So it was different from not with the festivals of the nations that we didn't have anything to do with, but with the Most High and the way he set up the sun, the moon, how these things were signs to us about the seasons. The seventh day we can just count, but the seasons we had to reckon those by the sun and the moon and the climate and the crops. We had to. Because if we didn't recognize the crops, we couldn't bring an offering. The Most High said, no man should come before me empty. Every man was blessed according to what he was blessed with, and he had to bring that. And that was according to those seasons. So these seasons were, if you ever seen the Geezer calendar, you'll notice that the Geezer calendar technically is set up 30, 30, 31. If you was to ever look at it, it breaks down the crop season. And the Geezer calendar is written in Paleo Hebrew. If you can look that up on Google and just look at the Geezer calendar. It's not going to say it's 30, 30, 31, but it's going to break the seasons down by crops. Why is that essential? Because every major feast we had to bring an offering to the Most High. We had to bring the first fruits. We had to bring the sheaf offering. We had to bring the new offering, which would be the Feast of Weeks. We had to bring in the end harvest offerings during the 7th month, or if you would go into the Feast of Trumpets. And then the Day of Atonement, which you had to bring an offering then, and then the Feast of Tabernacles, and then at end gathering after that. All these things are broken down by seasons, easily counted by sevens. So this is the caveat. This is the main thing here. Historically, is there a reference to say that the 7th day was taken and put in place of another day? Most disputes regarding this subject is usually talking about, well, they're calling this day Tuesday. They're calling this day Wednesday. They're calling this day Sunday. If somebody was to take and rename you, would that somehow now change the essence of who you are? Would it now just make what they call you what you are? I mean, I know it seems like that with us going by this name African Americans, and we somehow allow them to just replace our name. But it just on a humanistic level, on a common sense level, if somebody was to change your name, there's all of a sudden it takes away what your name is and who you are. Somebody place a name on you, because that's what the nations did, and the nations should do that. The nation should take, according to their records, make the names of the days of the week whatever they want. Even the heathen, they can name it February, March, April, May, whatever. They can name whatever they want. That's what they're allowed to do. The Chinese have a name for the months. Our brothers and sisters, some of them that's not our brothers in Africa, have different names of the days and months. They don't go by what is called here, and they're sure not calling them after the numbers like we would in the ancient Hebraic society. None of them are doing this. You go to any nation on this earth, they got different names for the days of the week and the months and the seasons, and none of them are according to what we used it biblically. And we're not coming at them at all. We're not saying that all of a sudden because they changed the name is something that's supposed to be a stumbling block to us, but it's a stumbling block because Esau takes Saturday and names it Saturday or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday. Is that somehow like we go, man, let's get rid of that because Esau placed the name on it? You can't go nowhere on the earth where these nations didn't place a name on the days, and it's not according to our reckoning. We just don't have nothing because they slice our stuff up. That's what I'm saying. So the Most High made it easy for us, count sevens. And there is nothing historically written where we can say, okay, it was the 7th day in 1657, and they say, you know what? This is no longer the 7th day. Let's move it up 5 days. Now, it was a time in Roman history or during the period when they were going to the Greco-Roman calendar, or what we call the Gregorian calendar, that the church did add 12 days to their month, but they didn't change the day. They added 12 days to the month so that that they can catch up with what they believed the month was. They didn't change the day. They didn't say, no, what today goes from the 3rd day to the 15th day. They didn't change the course. I should got to find that citation because I read that before, and that's like the only reference where you can even come close to it. Anything other than that, we have no reason to speculate that the seventh day has been removed. And if we do, all we got to do is look at the season. All we have to do is go right back to when the equinox comes in, and it's going to be a seventh day without fail. Because that's how the Most High set it up, so that we can come back. I keep grab up Deuteronomy chapter 30, verses 3 and 4.
Got it. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 3
I
and
believe,
4.
yeah. Just read verses 3 and 4. Matter of fact, you can start off at verse 1 and just read to verse 4, I believe it is.
All right. I'm going to pull this back out after I'm done. Start at verse 1. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1. And it should come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curses, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Most High thy Elohim have driven thee, and shalt return unto the Most High thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. That then the Most High thy Elohim would turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Most High thy Elohim hath scattered thee. If any of thine be driven out unto the utmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Most High thy Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee.
Now, if we can't turn back to the commands that the Most High has given us, then we should have no expectation that the Most High is going to deliver us out of it. If we have no way that we can turn back to the Most High's commandments through inefficiency or because we can't figure out what day it is, when we don't believe that certain commandments is in effect, we have no expectation of the Most High delivering us, because that's the stipulation for our salvation. That's the stipulation for us being returned to our land. That's the stipulation for us to even be taken out of the hands of those who oppressed us and scattered us, is that we turn back to the commandments. You go over to 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, in Solomon's prayer. He says the same thing. We turn back to the commandments that we didn't keep in our land, in the land of the heathen, or the lands where we were scattered. Even in that, he says the heathen would give us favor in the sight of the heathen. In 1 Kings, I believe, chapter 8, I think around 43. I hope I ain't misquoting it. But everything is pretext on us turning back to the commandments. And one of the main commandments is that seventh day. That seventh day is so important, because that seventh day lets us know exactly what time we're in, what season we're in, when the feast days are. Not the moon. And that's not to knock any of our brothers or to take shots and nothing like that. Because we're going to have those disputes. We're going to do them in-house together without any audience. So I'm just saying that in sense that we have different calendars amongst our communities. I'm just bringing up. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I want to say that, our obedience is essential to with our prayer. When we have issues like this where we're just turning away from the Sabbath, that's a big issue, and that's why we decided to go live. Because look, we haven't been live for a while, but this right here is something that really our salvation is hinged upon, right? The things that we're going to be seeing, we're going to have to be praying, we're going to have to be fasting, we're going to have to be seeking the Most High's face diligently, right? But if we turn away from the Most High's commandments, we don't have a prayer. Your prayers have become evil. They're going to become a curse if you turning away from the Most High's commandments. It says in Isaiah 59:1, behold, the Most High's hands is not shortened that he cannot save, neither his ears heavy that he cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and the Most High, that your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear. So if we continue to do stuff like talking about we don't got to keep the Sabbath and things like that, and making ambiguous statements and making people turn away from keeping the commandments, we are going to be in some deep trouble when calamity comes upon us. When the enemy comes upon you and he wants to kill you, where's your help at when you're turning away from the thing that he made clear? 7 days, keep the Shabbat. That's it. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm.
The Most
Now,
High,
brother,
the scripture, my bad, just let me finish this real quick. But the scripture says, for this is the love of the Most High, that we keep his commandments, and that his commandments are not grievous. The Most High didn't make it hard for us to do. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. And before you go, Brother Lasha, one of the things I was talking about earlier, when I mentioned those sins that are unto death, right? Those sins that the Most High said to his people when they gave the laws to them after bringing them out of Egypt. These sins were for the consequences, rather, for these sins was for a reason. You dishonor your mother, your father, you were put to death. You did not keep the Sabbath, you were put to death. But there was a reason for these things. So even in our captivity, we're supposed to now come back to keeping these laws. Not so that we're not going to be put to death, because in our captivity, we're not going to see death for not keeping these things. But what the one thing that the Most High did was, in the midst of his people, he did not allow this sin. He did not allow these things to take hold of the people around them, right? Because once you allow somebody to not keep the Sabbath in the midst of Israel, in the midst of your people, it spreads. He can do it, so I can do it. He can do it, so she can do it. And then everybody starts doing it. That's why the Most High rid these sins from the midst of Israel, so that they would not spread amongst his people. Now, one thing that we have now in our captivity is we have these things that are spreading. We don't see anything wrong with not keeping the Sabbath, some of us. But that's because we're in our captivity, and we're not going to be put to death for it. We don't see our brothers and sisters who are not keeping the Sabbath being put to death. So it's not a big deal to us. So how do we get back to the Most High's command, laws, statutes, and commandments without being in the midst of the people, without with being in our captivity? How do we get out of that? Right? We have to now get back to these laws, statutes, and commandments, even without the consequence of death. I hope that makes sense to everybody, what I just said.
Yeah, I believe it's about constantly renewing the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the scripture says the most. I don't want to paraphrase. The law is perfect, right? Hold on, let me grab it. It says, so this is how we renew our mind, through the law. It says the law of the Most High is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Most High is sure, making wise the simple. The law is what is used to renew our mind. This is what's supposed to be the differentiation between us and everybody else. This is what is supposed to mark us as his people. The law. But when you start subtracting these things away, you're subtracting yourself from the book. You're subtracting yourself from being his people. When you start saying we don't have to keep this and we don't have to keep that, and now all of a sudden there's Israelites out there that believe we can celebrate Christmas and all that stuff now. There's Israelites out there that know they're Israelites but still keeping the way of being Christians. Why? Because they're turning away from the Most High all over again, man. Knowing that you're an Israelite is not going to get you into the kingdom. Being diligent, being obedient, being faithful and steadfast, that's what's going to get you into the kingdom. But when we start doing things and making everything ambiguous, and the Most High is not the author of confusion. You know?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, and is that absolutely, bro? Both you, brother Najee, and brother Barney, is absolutely correct. And I just wanted to address a couple questions I noticed in the chat. Jason Philip McCauley, good. How you doing, brother? Definitely good to see you. Does worshiping on these days incorrectly is strange fire? Strange fire from Aharon's sons or Aaron's sons was something that they did purposely. You know, so if you purposely say I'm not going to keep the Sabbath, that would be strange fire. We're talking about a man who's sinning through ignorance and a man who's purposely doing something that he knows is wrong, though he knows the right thing to do. So keeping does worshiping on these days incorrectly, is that strange fire? No, because a lot of people don't know that they're worshiping on the wrong days. Aaron's sons did know exactly what they were instructed to do and how they went contrary to that. Actually gets in deeper history to it inside the book of Josephus. And I guess we can go into that one day to edify that. But no, it wouldn't be strange fire unless you know what you're doing is wrong, but do it anyway. And then we have one from Atara Yasharel, and says, Paul says, let no man judge anyone in the feast days and moons. Well, I'm going to tell you that it's a difference between judging you according to not keeping those things correctly and correcting you as to when they are. Paul said, let no man judge you. Now, the judgments for not keeping the feast days is death. The judgments for not keeping the Sabbath is death. New moons is actually a reference to the new month or the renewed month, which if you didn't keep those things at the appointed time and bring the proper sacrifices, the judgment by according to our law would be death. So nobody is pronouncing a judgment on you to take your life for not keeping those feast days. But you're being corrected, or at least trying to be steered in the right direction regarding that which is right, like it says in Ezekiel the 18th chapter. If the watchmen see the people doing or going contrary or doing something wrong, they warn them not, then that person's blood is upon the watchman. So if we take the mantle, or at least according to the Spirit the Most High put in us, to say, okay, this is something that we can help our people to see, and we put the information out there, disseminated to you, and you say, you know what, y'all can kick rocks, then we at least fulfill the course of saying, okay, this is the right way. We're not bringing judgment because we're not looking to fulfill the penalties upon you for not keeping the Sabbath day. So when Paul says that, the context is not met in this regard.
I wanna add that there's two type of judgments too. When we read the scripture, we have judgment where you enact a punishment on somebody based off of their sin, and you have another judgment which is also called discernment. All right. So we have to realize that when discernment is being shown and correction is being given out, it is up to you whether or not you want to accept that judgment or acknowledge that judgment as right. For instance, let me read this right here. Because there's a reason why we're able to judge, right? It says in 1 Corinthians 2:14, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of the Most High, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned, right? So now we're talking about discernment. It said, but he that is spiritual judgeth all things, yet he is judged of no man. He is not discerned of any man, right? They don't understand, right? Because they're natural men. They don't think according to the Spirit. It says, but who have known the mind of the Most High that he may instruct him? But we have the mind of Mashiach. So that's what gives us the ability to discern good from evil and right from
read
wrong.
Romans 7:14 with that too, brother. Because things that are spiritually discerned. What is spiritual in the Bible? Give them Romans 7:14.
Romans 7:14. Romans
Spiritual
7:14 says, it says, for we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin.
So this spiritually discerned. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
I was just going to say, so this is another reason why we must adhere to the law, so that we have that spiritual discernment. That's all I wanted to say, bro.
Nah, brother, you got it, bro. You was already saying the same thing I was going to say anyway.
Yeah, I was going to. We have to adhere to the law so that we have that spiritual discernment, because the natural mind is carnal, But that's the difference between those who follow Mashiach and follow the Most High. We have the mind of him, that we have the spiritual discernment to tell right from wrong and clean and unclean from unclean. That's what all Israel is supposed to have. All right. But when you start going into the mindset of the heathen and the mindset of Christianity, right, you're tainting your foresight. You're tainting that with natural carnal thoughts that's not aligned with the spirit of the law.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Now,
bro, let me say this. Uncle, go ahead, brother.
Oh no, real quick. I just wanted to say what the fam just put up there. That question that y'all responded to. And we go through this constantly, right? The words of Paul, right? And where others, some may take them and misconstrue them and just cause a whole new doctrine to be born. What Paul is doing right there, he's talking about what man will do to you and say to you. He is not in any way pushing aside any ordinance or law that the Most High has given concerning feast days and Sabbaths. He's saying, don't let man do something to you. But he's not saying don't push aside what the Most High has already commanded you about feast days and Sabbaths. And that's what we have to keep in mind about that scripture. Paul is simply regurgitating the Old Testament or the so-called Old Testament. He's not taking anything away from the Old Testament and making anything new. I just wanted to point that out.
No, I was just going to say this one thing, that when the brother was talking about spiritually discerning something and how we fall from the things that in otherwise would appear to be plain. If you go back to Exodus the 12th chapter, and the Most High, he tells us what the seventh day is. Exodus 20, he lets us know in the creation what the seventh day is, or the Sabbath is. And then he proceeds to tell us that on the 14th day is the Passover. Now he said this is the beginning of your years. He gives us a calendar or a cycle to follow with the Sabbath starting and then going to the 14th day. At what point would a person say to themselves, why would the Sabbath stay on the seventh day, but the Passover the following year would? They're both following the same sevens. Now, mind you, I'm saying this as it should have been plain to us all, that if the seventh day is recognized as the Sabbath, how come the Passover is not recognized as a Sabbath day or being on the seventh day? Why would this go? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to address the family and let them know we're not taking it like anything. You know, we're just conversating. Don't take anything as offense. We're bouncing information off of each other and we're sharing. That's all this is, brother or sister. So we don't see it as any contention. You're definitely welcome here, and you're welcome to share as much as you want. And that's all I wanted to say.
And just to go with what Atara Yasharel had said, when we talk about there's no contention here. We don't contend with our people, But just to say this is that even when Paul spoke, don't let anybody judge you on the festival days. We've received more judgment for keeping the Sabbath and the feast days than we do because of what day it is. More people judge us about us keeping the Sabbath. The Christians will say it's on Sunday. Most people say that we shouldn't keep the feast days in the foreign land. So we're getting more judgment and ridicule for attempting to keep the things that the Most High gave to our people from nations that influenced our people against the things that never belonged to the nations, that specifically belong to us. So no matter what verse we talk about, we're just talking as family, because that's what we are. We're family. Israel is y'all are our neighbors. We're neighbors. We come from the same kindred, and that means a lot. That should mean something immense to our people, that we come from the same kindred. We should take pride and love in the fact that our people are in here. Imagine when you go out with your wife. I'm only using wives. I'm not using no girlfriends or nothing like that. Imagine you out with your wife and you go out of town and you see a nice restaurant. You go in there and all of a sudden you go in there. It's just you and your lady in there that got brown complexion. You're seeing all Caucasoids. You're seeing all pale, you're seeing like, damn, it's not the white people here. And all of a sudden, a brother come out and he's a waiter, or a brother come in and a sister come in through the door. You start feeling better. You're like, well, shoot, man, I'm good. You feel that sense of camaraderie and brotherhood the minute they walk in. When you in a place, you notice that your face is not matched with anybody in them situations. A lot of times we don't feel that love until those moments. A lot of our people, I know I'm not the only one who experienced that. You go in somewhere and all you see is a sea full of the nations, and you finally see one of your people, and you're like, damn, all right, bet I'm all right, because I know that all we got in here, so we got to go back to back. I'm pretty sure I could count on maybe, but I'm being funny with that one. But so the point is that we have to have these discussions, because we have went away from the commandments the Most High has given us, and something as simple as saying, okay, if the seventh day is on the seventh, why wouldn't the Passover be? Why wouldn't the Feast of Weeks be? The Feast of Weeks is at the end of sevens. It says on the 50th day, the first day. Why wouldn't the Feast of Weeks always be on what we would call the first day, or Sunday? That's just what we call it in America. And we actually have to spiritually discern why we should keep the plain letter of what is written, because our people done went so far off through our scatterings that the things that would be plain have now become like doing Chinese arithmetic. We act like we're talking about quantum physics. See what I'm saying? So we have to come back and talk about these things, because our salvation is predicated on these things. Why society? Let me see.
The universal head nod. Yeah, that's universal amongst our people. Indeed.
Right. Yeah, and absolutely. Why society says the Gregorian calendar, the sun worship, was introduced with the Papal Bull, February 20, 1582. And then in one of those particular situations, they made an adjustment, because they had been following the moon for so many years, that when the Julian calendar was introduced, or the Greco-Roman calendar, I haven't read it in a while, but I'm throwing it off the top of the dome, that the Catholic Church decided to move a certain amount of days up in the calendar to fit with Easter. And it's some history that I'm vaguely, articulating, but I don't have it in front of me. But they did move some to try to catch up, because they were following the moon. That wouldn't have anything to do with the day of the week, because there was nothing in reference that they changed the day of the week, but that they moved to try to coincide with the change of how they named the year, going from what was probably a 354-day calendar to 360 when they was following the lunar calendar, to up to when they started to follow the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar, which is, I think, they're largely the same. And matter of fact, that's what the difference between the Julian calendar is and what would be called the Greco-Roman calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is the fact that the Catholic Church, they implanted a couple extra days to catch up to whatever they were trying to do. I gotta grab it up. I know I'm sounding not 100% accurate, but I'm just calling a recollection. But like I said, they didn't change the day of the week in doing so. They just added days to their calendar. No different than having a 354-day calendar and say, you know what, we're going to change it to 375. It still wouldn't change the counting of sevens. Those 375 days would just lay right on top of it, and those sevens would stay the same. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody got a question on that.
Yeah, I'm really what we just spoke on is I think it's just paramount that we spoke on this. There's a lot of information going around, and I think just what we just displayed here, it should be more than enough information to at least start someone studying on the right path. If you're not sure, it's always my understanding that you should study for yourself, take the information that's given and study it to see if it's aligned and if it's right, But this, like the title of this show, is why we follow the 7th day Sabbath. Now, I gave my reasons why. The brother Najee gave his reasons why, and the brother Elisha just showed a whole plethora of information and witnesses, biblical, historical, right? More points to it. So I think what we given should more than suffice for you to make an accurate decision, with your studies involved also. And that's what I would say. Huh?
I was just gonna say, Brother Bonnie, we only read a couple things that we have in the lodge as far as the equinoxes. But there's like so much stuff, we can go into a 5-hour discussion and go into every citation on this subject. So we didn't even go into half of what we have on this subject. We just read a couple quick verses and we just jumped on to talk on this subject. But we didn't read half of what we could have read on this subject regarding equinoxes and the seven, like far as how the Sabbath is set up, or what you call the days of rest. So we just gave a little bit, just quickly. So we have plenty more if we ever need to talk about this subject again, really go in depth, because we have a lot more.
Yeah, this wasn't a prepared lesson. We was actually in the midst of doing our studies together in regards to a presentation that we're going to be giving. Right? Absolutely.
Brother Eric just asked, are we open for dialogue? I'm open for dialogue.
Absolutely. Let's
invite him in.
Yeah, the brother always welcome. Yeah, but we was in the middle of actually doing something else, and we decided to talk about this. We've been putting together a presentation, a major presentation for the brothers and sisters. It's not going to be anything. It's not going to be anything that's going to be on YouTube. More than likely, in order to get it, you'll have to go like on either Amazon or have a streaming service like Tubi or something. We haven't figured that out yet. We're still working on it, but it's going to be a major production. So,
but we do have a lesson on the name that will be on YouTube, and that's something that's taking a lot of time to do, because we're looking to go into a lot of historical references, and so we got some stuff that's going to be put on YouTube, but we're trying to do like the major projects, and they take a lot of time to get the information, amongst other things, in this life, in this captivity. So that's why we haven't been on, like, gathering information and just life in general. But definitely we have some presentations that we hope will be fruitful to the body, to our people. So
yeah, one thing that I will say to everybody is that come to the channel on a regular basis, we got tons of information. You can go through a catalog of videos and lives that Salt of the Earth has done. So if you ever feel like you're missing us, you ever want to hear our voice, you ever want to see some things that we went on through in the past and kind of study, feel free to just sign on to the channel and go through the catalog and take a look. It's there and it's open for everybody. I think one of the things that we saw is a lot of times we started repeating some of the information that we had already given out. Started doing duplicate shows of things that we had done like a year or so ago. Every now and then, I still y'all can definitely still catch us. We'll be doing the community posts. I haven't done one in a while, but you guys will see one there. But yeah, just always feel free to go back at that information. And it seems like somebody just came on. I think this is a straggler here. We need to get him out.
Brother Eric.
What's going on? Yeah, I'm always the straggler, man. I'm always showing up late.
What's good, bro? How you been?
Man, all is well, man. All praise to the Most High. Glad to see you brothers back online. it's been a while, so I want to just let you brothers know, man, I appreciate y'all coming on and addressing this topic. And I feel like this is something we can discuss. We've had this discussion before, you know what I mean? So we can have this discussion, but in any case, I'm glad to see you brothers back, and shalom to everybody in the chat.
Indeed. Yeah, the brother Eric, he's always the straggler. That brother pops up at the last minute. But I'll tell you what, when we are done with this presentation, it's not going to be anything that like you've seen before. Like we're stepping this up into a major production. So that's why we haven't been on, and we probably won't be on a regular basis either. But we do still have some things that we will be putting out on YouTube. We won't be on for a regular basis until this project is done, because it requires a lot of our time, to build, but there are some people that we will be reaching out in regards of the project, like the Sister Watch Society. There's some things that we would like to include from her repertoire and her daily work that she does. So we'll definitely be reaching out to you, probably via Brother Cleo, since you've dealt with him before. But yeah.
I was brother. Because matter of fact, on this subject, like I was saying, we do have some other stuff. I know I've been working on some things that me and Bonnie are going to talk about, Brother Najee and Brother Cleo, and we will be putting them on YouTube. But even those things take a lot, because when you're trying to go in depth, usually time you're going trying to go in depth is try to answer all the questions and to give as much information, at least the most fruitful information, to try to get the subject, to make the point, and that if there's any unanswered questions that we try to answer them, at least to the best of our ability. Regarding the calendar, it was definitely a good discussion to have with the brother Ibri and other brothers, Brother Bonnie, Brother Najee, just to talk about these things, man. Because with us not doing the videos that, I'm pretty sure even over the years that y'all brothers have done, and even since in the last year or so, people wonder where we went with it. But like Brother Bonnie said, the presentation and he chiefly got to do most of the work, because he's he's our guy when it comes to those big productions. It's going to take a lot. So we're going to be at his direction on that, and hopefully, we'll have a good timetable when we can get it done.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be definitely a mile away from what we put out before. I know that the things that we've done before has been good. They've been things that definitely waking people up to understanding, even like the 400-year prophecy. But it's this production that we're doing right now, and I don't want to give away the name just yet, but there's so much information out there about who we are as a people, and the prophecies concerning the Most High and things like that. It's hard to just come up with new information that nobody's really heard of before. But Most High willing, we're going to be able to accomplish that and be able to give that and put that out there, so not just the people that know the Israelites can relate to it, but the people that don't know can be awakened from this information. So we're pulling all the checks and balances out, and we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, and we're getting everything scripted out. We're deciding how it's going to be formatted. Everything from voice actors to actual actors, and we're doing a lot of stuff with this. But it's definitely going to be worth the wait when we're done with it. You know, hopefully we'll be done before we get out of here. You know, before we get out of this place. You know.
Brother Bond, you see what brother Jason Phil McCauley said, man. Make the call, Elder.
You know, I mean, I typically do quick hitters, but sometimes I'm burned out. You know, I'm burned out during the week. But what we've been trying to do is get together some shorts and things like that, so people can hit off the key points. I see the brother Kadar's trying to get in, but for some reason his device isn't connected. You might have to for brother Kadar, you might have to connect your microphone after you come in. You know, once you connect your microphone, you should be able to come up. You know, but yeah, I'll try to give 20 or 30 minutes. I don't want to make any promises though. I don't want to make any promises, because if I give my word, then I'm gonna be held to it, and I don't want to do that if I can't fulfill that. You know, but I know brothers and sisters probably was wondering what was going on with us, but you know, we're still the same. We're still good. Most High still immensely blessing us, and we're still striving and pushing forward. You know, we're still here for the people, and we're still putting together information. You know, we got a lot of stuff going on, and we've been having a lot of different things, but the issue has been in the past is that we've been trying to do so many things at one time that nothing's gotten done. So we decided to put everything down and really push forward in this one area, so that we can put something out that's going to be a legacy to what we stand for and what this channel was made for. You know, so that's pretty much it. You brothers, y'all gonna just sit there in silence? Y'all gonna,
No, I think we need to let I think we need to let Brother Eric speak.
Oh, yeah, Brother Eric,
right?
Of course, indeed.
Yeah, I got quite a bit going on over here, but yeah, Brother Najee, it's good to hear from you too, man. You and Brother Elisha, man, glad to hear from y'all. I was just listening in, you know, because I actually did a few videos over on my channel over the past couple of months dealing with the Sabbath and the history behind it. And the original title that I was dealing with was, are we really keeping Sabbath, or are we just practicing? And what I mean by that is, are we really observing the Most High's law according to how he commanded, or are we just commemorating? You know what I mean? And so I sort of built on that. And one of the things I kept hearing Brother Bunya say was that some of the positions concerning the Sabbath are ambiguous. And so I wanted you to kind of elaborate more on that. What did you mean by that in particular?
In particular, all right. So if you notice with people who may be following the moon, right, and you ask them, okay, can you tell me when the Sabbath is going to be, next month? They can never tell you when the Sabbath is going to be. They don't have anything set for, right? Because they're going off of something other than 7 days, right? So a lot of times when people are going on these different understandings, or even saying that the Sabbath is not on a certain day, right? They don't have the answers to say when the Sabbath is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. And that's one of the things with the work that we did Of course, you brothers know, and people, other people may be aware of the fact that my position is that the day that we call Saturday, the 7th day under this system, is not the Most High 7th day. All right, so that's my position. That's where I've been standing actually for over 15 years or so, studying and researching it. And so, quite naturally, when you say that, y'all get on the sidewalk, get on the sidewalk. Quite naturally, when you say that, the question that comes is from most people is, well, when is it, right? And then you have people who do observe the moon who, they can't give you a consistent day from month to month, because according to them it deviates from month to month. But my answer to that is, seeing that we are in captivity, the biblical record, some people may not consider it scripture, but it's a biblical record as far as I'm concerned. It lets you know what we will be doing concerning the Sabbath days and feast days while in captivity. And one of the things that I've gotten a lot, even when I was doing the videos on my channel, I kept getting a sister in the chat kept saying that, you trying to keep people from keeping Sabbath, you trying to keep people from this, and that. And I kept solidifying that that's not my intent, to try to take people away from what you're doing. My intent was to show through biblical record how the Most High himself views us keeping the Sabbaths and feast days while in captivity. And we have a record that exclaims and explains exactly that. And so my intent was not to go beyond that. It's not to say should nobody be doing it, we can't do it. It's simply to show what the Most High, according to record, said concerning us keeping the Sabbaths and feast days while in captivity. And to make,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to ask you a quick question. What was what's the source, and what about the source made you come to the conclusion that the 7th-day Sabbath was moved out of place, that we couldn't adhere to it in the time that we're in now? Like, what was that source, and what did it say that, briefly, if you don't mind, that made you feel like, okay, we're not on the biblical Sabbath, or nor, I'm not trying to add any words, but that we're not on the biblical Sabbath.
Right. Well, to be brief, the source is in Jubilees. All right. And I just want to ask real quick, since the position is that a lot of information is ambiguous, do you brothers find Jubilees ambiguous in any kind of way?
No, I don't.
No. I mean, if you don't mind, are you talking about Jubilees chapter 6? I believe it's chapter 6.
Well, that's just, get on the sidewalk. That's just one of the references. And I want to be brief. It tells you right here in Jubilees, the first chapter. Get Josiah. Hey, hold on 1 second, y'all.
No problem.
Hold on.
But Brother Bonnie, why don't you grab up that citation in Jubilees regarding the 354 days, how the moon would come in 10 days too short?
Let me grab my books.
All right. You want me to grab it up? I'll grab it up.
I'm opening it now.
Yeah. All right.
Make sure I got all these books. Hold on.
Let me pull it up too.
Where's Jubilees at? I know I got Jubilees.
I got it, man.
Oh, here it is. Got it. And what book is it?
I think it's the 6th chapter. I think towards the end of the book it talks about the year coming in 10 days too short.
All right, so what verse?
I'm gonna grab it up now. I know it's in the 6th chapter. I ain't read it in a while.
Yeah.
I'm
Go
sorry,
to go to Jubilees, the 1st chapter.
The 1st chapter. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to open this one up. Another.
I'll go to the 1st chapter if you need to, bro.
All right.
Which verse you want to read?
We can just start at verses 9 and 10.
All right. Jubilees 9 and 10.
Share your drum, man, because I can't.
All right, I got you. They got that Yahweh in the one I'm looking at, man. I don't, but you know, we'll read it later.
And Najee showing his.
Yeah, I got it up there, y'all.
All right.
Just tell me where to go.
Could you enhance it?
Oh, how do I make this bigger?
I was running.
Here we go. Here we go. How's that?
Yeah, that's great.
All right.
You said verses 9 and 10?
Yeah.
Verse 9 and 10. All right. So here we go. 9. Want me to read it out?
Yeah, or you can read it, or it doesn't matter. Just verses 9 and 10.
All right, I'll read 9 and 10. For they will forget all my ordinances, which I have commanded them, and will walk after the Gentiles and after their impurity and after their shame, and will serve their gods. And these will become for them an offense unto oppression and misfortune, and for a trap. And many will be destroyed. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think yours is reading different. Go ahead and read.
Okay. Verse 10. And many will be destroyed and will be taken captive and will fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have deserted my ordinances and my commands and the festivals of my covenant and my Sabbaths and that which I have sanctified to myself in their midst, and my tabernacle and my sanctuary, which I have sanctified to myself in the midst of the land, that I should set my name over it, and it should dwell there.
You want us to address that?
Yeah.
Brother Eric, you want us to address that?
Points that we. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Did you want us to address it, or you want to address it?
Well, I wanted to address that first. I know some of these records they've divided different, so I'm gonna want you to read another verse down, Brother Najee. But I want to address that first. One of the points that I was bringing out was that the Most High was telling Israel to remember His Sabbath day and keep it holy, so that they won't be rooted out of the land. And then in the verse you just read, it said that they will forget His covenants, His festivals, His commandments, His ordinance, His festivals, His covenant, and His Sabbaths, plural, and my holy place, which I've hallowed for myself in their midst. So this is an indication that the Most High is telling them to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy, so that they won't be rooted out the land. But read the next verse after that.
So you want me to read verse 11?
Yeah, because I got the same book, but our records are divided different. So your verse 9 is my verse 8. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
They broken up, but I'm right here with you though.
Okay. All right. So I'll read 11. And they will make to themselves altars on heights and groves and sculptured idols, and each one will worship his own idol for sin. And they will offer their children to the demons and to all the deeds of the error of their hearts. Should I keep reading? Brother Eric, you hear me?
Hello? Brother Eric, you there?
Yeah, he's giving him a second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know can y'all hear me now? I don't know what's wrong with this thing.
Yeah, we can hear you. I mean, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
Yeah, I
we
hear
can
you.
we
All
can
right.
hear you now. Did you hear me read verse 11?
Yeah. Now skip down 12, 13, and read verse 14.
Verse 14. And they will forget all my law and all my commandments and all my judgment, and they will err in reference to new moons and Sabbaths, festivals, jubilees, and ordinances.
All right, so in my version, this is how it reads. It says, and they will forget all my law and all my commandments and all my judgments, and will go astray as to new moons, Sabbaths, festivals, and jubilees and ordinances. And so right here, the Most High is saying the same thing that I'm saying.
I think the brother got cut out again. We'll wait till you can get it worked out.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, you back.
Yeah.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that the point that I'm making is the same thing that the Most High is saying right here. He's not saying that you're not going to keep my Sabbaths, because he goes on further to say he's going to scatter the people into all these different lands for captivity. But he's letting them know that you're going to go astray as to new moons, Sabbaths, and feast days. So, in other words, if you define to go astray means to deviate from the proper order. So he's saying you're going to be doing these things, but you're not going to be doing it according to the proper order. And that's what I'm saying we're doing now. I'm
All
not
right.
saying that I'm not saying that we should stop because this, like you brothers say, we're in a time where we waking up and we commemorate these things. And that's why y'all always heard me say, if I was around brothers that I could fellowship with, people that I could commune with and fellowship with, then I would meet with them on this day just like the rest of my people are doing. But not because I believe it's the proper day, but simply because it's a fulfillment of what the Most High said would happen. And I want to be a part of that.
If you don't mind, if I address what you brought up?
This I
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
because I had a question, and it's kind of in line with what Yaquat was saying right here. He says not to trigger, but when the Most High says these things is referring to when we were in a lost state of mind, but now we're awakened. Now the question I had was kind of in line with that to say what we read here in Jubilee is this post or pre Deuteronomy 30, because like in Deuteronomy 30 it says that we would return to the Most High. It says in Deuteronomy 31, and I'm sure we all familiar with it, but just for the sake of the audience, we'll read it again. It says, and it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curses which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whether the Most High thy Elohim have driven thee, and shall return unto the Most High thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that then the Most High thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Most High, the Elohim, have scattered thee. So my question would be: is what we read in Jubilees, is that post or is that pre Deuteronomy 30?
It's in conjunction with Deuteronomy 30. Jubilees is an abridged version of what you will read from Genesis to Deuteronomy. So what he's telling them, the Most High is telling Moses, basically, this is what's going to happen prophetically. It's not a stipulation. This is what's going to happen. Just like when you read Jubilees, one of the things he talks about, and even in the scripture, he talks about not eating blood, how eating blood is punishable by death for you and your seed, right? But then he goes on to tell Moses, look, your children going to mess things up, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to defile my days. They're going to forget them. They're going to call unclean days holy days, and they're going to eat all manner of blood. So while we're in this captivity, we are unwittingly doing things that are really breaking the Most High's law. And this is where Mashiach comes in for us. Even though we're prophetically living in a time where we're waking up, right? We're recalling ourselves. We're recalling our history. We're recalling who we are. We're still in a state of still being awakened. We're not fully awakened as a people. We're not a nation yet. So when we read the Bible, we know it's about us. By nature, we're going to try to apply these things to us today as a means to show the Most High our sincerity. And that's what he's saying. But he's also letting you know that while doing these things, you're going to be doing it in error. And that's by nature of us being in captivity. It's not because we're purposely doing it in error. Because I'm sure if the Most High was to show us all the proper way, we would all fall in line with the proper way of doing things. So the purpose for me doing what I did in the case that you brothers saw that and are addressing that is not to be ambiguous. It's to show that we need to be more compassionate with one another, because all of us, although we're trying our best, we're doing the best we can, we're still falling short. And that should cause us to be more, no, I was gonna say that should cause us to be more understanding and more lenient with one another in this awakening, which is something you don't see. You know, all the camps and all these organizations worship on one day. They practically teach all the same things, yet there's no unity. And it's because when you're doing things in error, like Paul said, my people have a zeal for the Most High, but not according to knowledge. If you're operating simply off of zeal, that's not going to generate the right spirit, zeal alone. You know, these days, Saturday, Sunday, these are days that, while in this captivity, are convenient for us. So we should, instead of using it to sever and divide, use it as a means to see how we could bring our people together, truly enlighten our people. And you don't really see that happening.
Oh, let's before we continue, let's address this real quick. I want to give at least 2 to 3 minutes over to prayer for the family right here. Cause that's what's really prudent right here. And I don't know how to pronounce the name. Can somebody do that for me? And Dothia Malakim. Right? Says, family, please keep me in your prayers. Heathens, set me up. Please. I really need someone to pray with me. Please. Abba Yah, please help me. Right? So let's just give us a couple of minutes to say a prayer for the family. I don't know exactly what the issue is, but just bow our heads for a couple of seconds and give some prayer to the family for this situation. It seems to be urgent. All right. So bow my head real quick. Father Most High, we come to you and pray in the name of your Son, whom you sent to be a propitiation for your people Israel. And we ask you, Father, to look over our family, to look over our brothers and sisters that's out there, in particular, Antiochia, Malakim, whatever's happening with the brother or sister, we ask you, Father, to help them, to give your angels charge over their lives, to direct their steps, and to protect them and be a hedge about them, so that whatever the heathen is planning to do does not come to fruition. We know everything is done according to your will, Father, and nothing happens on this earth unless it is given permission by you to do so. With that being said, Father, you have the power to stop all things and to stop all negative things and give all positive things credence in our lives. So we ask you, Father, to please help our family and protect them and protect their family and to guide them and draw them into you, into your commandments, and your word and your law. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
Let me say one thing to and I thought the Malai come. Just keep on staying faithful and having faith that the Most High is going to get you through no matter what happens. No matter what happens, you know the prayer of the righteous availeth much, and as the Scripture says, "On is tried in the fire, so is acceptable men in the furnace of adversity." So no matter what comes upon you, you know the Most High will give you the strength to endure it. Sometimes that feeling of it happening to you can be great, can be immense. It can make you feel like um, have a heightened sense of anxiety. You know, I know it's like to be down and feel anxiousness. You know how like if you look at the word is painful uneasiness of the mind, and that's something that we all struggle with when our mind is boggled down by the things that's happening in this life. But as long as we know that the Most High will get us through, that nothing in this life can touch us. If it be fire all around us, the Most High can give us the skin to not be burned. And the Most High would rather the fire just be around us and not touch us. It won't touch us. You just got to believe that the Most High is going to deliver you no matter what. That everything that's happening to you is intended for good, and then it's going to bring strength. I know in an immediate sense, the anxiety of the moment doesn't feel like that because you feel the anxiety of the moment, and that anxiety hurts and it's stressful. But always revert back to that the Most High is the creator of heaven and earth. He filleth the heavens and the earth, and nothing in this life, nothing, not spirit, not unclean spirit, not animal, not person, can take away your promise. Just remember to stay faithful in that and know that the Most High can deliver, because there's going to be times where you're going to let that heaviness feel like it's overwhelming. But to show that you're gold, sometimes fire gotta get that dross off of you. So we're praying that you come out unscathed and that nothing, the Most High will take away these burdens. But know that no matter what, that your Savior is going to get you through it.
Good word up.
Yeah. And just go ahead, if brother brother Bonnie, brother Eric, you want to say something before I address our brother?
Yeah, I was gonna say, brother Eric, I wasn't really aware of the lessons that you did, but I know you did speak briefly, maybe a couple of weeks ago about it. Me, I haven't seen anything as far as those lessons. I haven't really been on YouTube or anything like that. Um, I have frequented Facebook a little bit here and there, but I haven't seen any posts of yours. Um, and I mean, you already know if we brothers, so we're like a phone call away. So anything that was addressing you, that would come by means of a phone call before any lives would happen or anything like that. Um, but yeah, everything that you stated as far as the love that we have for each other and the unity, also those are things that also is part of our principles and why we built this channel in the first place. So yeah, absolutely in agreements with that.
Yeah,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah. I just want to reiterate one more thing for you before you address what I was saying, because it seems that whenever you tend to speak, you know what I mean, and I noticed this a lot with the brothers in Israel. Whenever we tend to speak, a lot of what we say goes interpreted instead of being understood. So people will hear their interpretation of what you're saying instead of understanding what you're saying. And this is why, in spite of, we did maybe like 5 videos, man, going deep into a lot of things, helping people understand the history of what we're really dealing with. But one of the things I keep hearing is you're trying to stop people, and you're trying to do this and you're trying to do that, when all I'm simply doing is letting it be known how the Most High views what we're doing, which is why he's waking us up to bring us out. You know, we keep talking about the 400-year prophecy and how what we see today mimics that. Well, when you look at what he told Moses to tell Pharaoh, he said, let my people go so that they could serve me, right? I'm not knocking the commemoration and the love and the passion for our culture and heritage, but it's a matter of fact that we cannot fully serve the Most High while we're under the foot and thumb of our enemies, being held captive. You know, and so it's a lot of divisions, a lot of misunderstanding with that, and I'm simply just trying to establish what the word is saying, and maybe that'll help us to see, okay, man, you can't condemn this brother over here. You can't tell this brother over here he gonna be cut off and he a 2/3 Negro and this all this you know what we see happening when we all got a little fishy smell to us. You know, if we really judging it by the standard of the word, he said your righteousness is like filthy rags.
Mm-hmm.
You got women talking about divorcing their husbands because they not keeping the Sabbath with them. People saying you're gonna get cut off because you're not doing this and doing that, and not really factoring in what Mashiach has done for us. Where's the understanding of Mashiach and what he did, and how is that getting cast aside for people thinking that you're really doing something in your captivity that you're really not doing, and you're looking at your brothers and sisters and condemning them.
If I was to reiterate what you said, you basically trying to bring people to a common ground to not be so judgmental on each other.
Basically, I'm presenting information that people can't gainsay or resist, so that you can see, okay, we need to lighten up on each other, Israel. You know, the generation that the Most High said would be see weeping and gnashing of teeth, that generation passed. We're a new generation. You know, but like you said, that comes with the renewing of the mind, and that's just the position I'm standing on.
With that, I'm gonna address what you said in your breakdown of Jubilees chapter 1. I would say one is that respectfully, is that the scriptures given in Jubilees, and I do agree that Jubilees is scripture. I read Jubilees. Is that if you look at the time frame of the inception of Jubilees, we have to take it back to when the angel was speaking to Masha. And that instruction that we would fall from the commandments, if we took the approach that, okay, because at some point we're going to be scattered, which we were scattered several times, but at every point, it was always a portion of our people who was able to stay to the commandments. The Most High never stripped our whole nation wholly of any comfort in the commandments. That's everywhere we've been, we've kept some form of it, or because the scriptures were always out there. Although we had a lot of our people who didn't keep the laws, the statutes, and commandments, and went away from it. Some of us even, ingratiating ourselves with the Greeks. But I would say this, is that in a lot of ways, with reading Jubilees, we would just be telling the person that, nor does it instruct that in Jubilees, that what we should just stop keeping the Sabbath that we do know, because at some point the Most High is going to, we're going to lose those Sabbaths. And this is what I'll say about the Sabbaths. When it speaks of Sabbaths, we know that every festival has a Sabbath day. We have a 7th year Sabbath. We have a 7 times 7 Sabbath, and that leads to the Jubilee. That not all Sabbaths is denoting the 7th day Sabbath. And when it says Sabbaths, that the proper implication, or at least the implication that you would look at, would be all the Sabbaths that's attached. So every time that we had the deliverance, we named it, we had a Sabbath. If you go to the Feast of Dedication, those days we set up, we made Sabbaths. So those Sabbaths would be the plural, and that's how it talks about the plural, but not necessarily talk about the 7th day Sabbath, because it doesn't denote that teaching. But I'm gonna go to Jubilees chapter 6, and this is what I want to really ask you. outside of looking at that scripture and say, okay, you know what, I should just stop, because we go to 1 Kings, the 8th chapter. It tells us that in the land of our captives we return, and the Most High will, like, in the land that we will return to the commandments. The commandments being 10, the Sabbath being one of them, that we will return to. Now, my question to you would be, if we go to Jubilees chapter 6, the Most High said, if we made, and I would believe it would be a precept to chapter 1, is that if we made observance of the moon, then we would keep our schedule, or our months, or our years will come in 10 days too short. And because we observe the moon, this would interrupt the Sabbath. Let's go to that. Let's go to Jubilees chapter 6. And brother, matter of fact, I'll read it from the version I'm looking at.
Bring that up again.
Oh, you want me to bring it back up again, or you got it?
Bring that back up again and start at we can start at verse 35 and read to verse 38. And then when we do read this, I want to just disseminate some information after that, and then brother Eric or whoever can say something to that. But just read up to verse 38, starting at verse 35.
All right, cool.
Start at verse 34. Jubilees chapter 6. Read from 34 to 38.
Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second. I'm sorry. You said chapter 6, correct?
Yeah, chapter 6, 34 to 38.
Chapter 6, 34 to 38. Okay, I'm going to share my screen right now. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
All right, you said 34.
Yeah, to 38.
And 36, 35, 34. Okay. All right. And there will be those who will make observations of the moon. For this one, the moon, corrupts the stated times and comes out earlier each year by 10 days.
Now stop right there, brother. It specifically says that the moon corrupts the stated times. Go ahead.
Okay. And in this way, they will corrupt the years and will observe a wrong day as the day of testimony and a corrupted festival day. And everyone will mix holy days with unclean ones and clean with holy. But they will err, excuse me, but they will err as to the months and Sabbaths and festivals and Jubilees.
I said, well, because of the moon, we would err, as in the months, the Sabbaths, the festivals, and the Jubilees. Remember, the Sabbaths being plenty, as in we have multiple Sabbaths outside the seventh-day Sabbath. But go ahead.
And on this account, I command thee and testify to thee that thou shouldest testify to them. For after thy death, thy children will corrupt, so that they make a year only 364 days. And on this account, they will err as to new moons and Sabbaths and fixed times and festivals, and will ever eat blood with all kinds of flesh.
Now, my question to you would be to this: if we have come back, if the Most High has resurrected the spirit of us to come back to where we know to keep the 364, and not that the moon should interrupt these things, if we have come back to that estate now, wouldn't that be the Most High correcting what we had gotten wrong through the moon? And would that be the proper way to observe, given that we are in captivity, seeing as though the Most High has given us a specific methodology that would cause us to err when he denotes the moon, and that the moon, our study or our observance of the moon, would cause us to err, and that if we did keep the 364, which would be 7 upon 7 upon 7, given to its season, which we can clearly see, which that the Mashiach kept, that we could be on the right track with the Most High, and we wouldn't have to abandon the Sabbaths. That's my question to you. If the correction is here.
Well, he is saying that the 354 day consideration will corrupt the year, but he's also letting you know that this is what they're going to do. They're going to corrupt it. Now, once again, with the Most High waking us up to who we are as Israelites, when we read our history, we read in our history about our festival days, and we see that this is the day that they kept. This is the day that they observed that represents this, represents freedom, represents Mashiach. All the feast days represent Mashiach, and we can get that understanding in what we read today and study to know that. And we can know also that Mashiach is pretty much a fulfillment of all these days. This is why the spirit behind these days is still alive. This is why the Sabbath day is still a sign between the Most High and his people. Now, that's when I read where he says we're going to recall ourselves and come back, turn back, that's what I see happening. But when you start looking at the Sabbath day and Saturday, that brings in a whole nother door of information and question.
But
Because
my
now,
question, but just to be specific on it. My question to you is that if we do return to the 364, would that now correct the dislodging of the Sabbath days? And clearly, like when we're looking in the Jubilees, he tells us where the error would be. So if the correction is made, and the Most High in Exodus, the 12th chapter, says this is the beginning of your year, and he tells you in this season, and the Mashiach did denote the equinox, and when he said the 12 hours in a day, if we can recognize the season and the equinox being equal day, equal night, and that puts us right back on the path to 364 being the totality of that year, would that not be the correction? We would have no need to just abandon the Sabbath, given that the correction had been stated for us.
well, it doesn't necessarily denote a correction.
Why is
What
that?
it denotes is that we're able to go in our records and see that this is our heritage and culture. This is what our forefathers did. You see what I'm saying? This is our history. Now, once again, when it comes to Saturday, the issue I'm having is if we're going to apply the Enoch calendar, how are we coming up with Saturday being your Sabbath day? And this is where the history comes in. And this is one of the things we went into where we talked about Constantine, because a lot of people, when they look at Constantine, right, they say Constantine changed the Sabbath day from Saturday to Sunday. That's the history we're told, but that's not the accurate history of what Constantine actually did. Now, people say that the 7-day cycle has never changed, right? But when you look at the first century Julian calendar, which was around 44 to 46 BC, the Romans never numbered their days of the week, right? So when people say we don't pay attention to the names of the days, it's only the number. That's an error, because when you look at the first century Roman BC calendar, right, and this is the calendar right after the 8-day week calendar, they structure each day of the week after a god that they worship, and each god that they worship was a luminary. They studied the luminaries in the order. So they had the luminaries in order, and they made each day of the week after a luminary. What Constantine did was he came and he switched the whole order of their week. Because when the first century Roman calendar was put together, Saturday was the first day of the week. When he came on the scene, 321 AD, which is many years later, he switched the order of their week. Now remember, it's important to understand that they never numbered their days of the week. They only named them. So by him switching the order of the week, making Sunday the first day of the week, making Saturday the 7th day of the week, he realigned the order of the planetary week. So people say that a 7-day cycle has never changed. That's not true. because they never numbered their days of the week. Just like
So
today,
Hold on,
their
can I?
days of the week are not. Go ahead.
I wanted to interject. All right, so just based off of what chapter in Jubilees is this? What chapter is this?
it's chapter 6.
Chapter 6 here. Yeah.
All right, so we read chapter 1, and what I view chapter 1 as is pre-Deuteronomy chapter 30. I believe that was pre-Deuteronomy 30. And this right here, what we read in chapter 6, this actually is the solution or the means to correct that error that we read in chapter in chapter 1. This one right here would be more so in conjunction with Deuteronomy 30. This, along with the book of Enoch, where it actually gives you the number of reckoning of the days, which is 364, in order to determine the first day of the week. Now, this is not based off of anything that this is not based off of any names of the week. This is strictly based off of the equinox to determine the first day. So we can determine the first day through the equinox, then all we have to do from there is count to 7.
I mean, I understand that, but I'm speaking of Saturday being the day. Now, you mentioned Jubilees, the first chapter being pre-Deuteronomy 30. Well, if you read in that same chapter and you see, let me see, if you read verses 14 and 15, it'll be 14 and 15 in your book. It reads just like Deuteronomy 30 as well. That's why I said it's all just an abridged version of what we read from Genesis to Deuteronomy. When you read Jubilees, you get a better understanding of why Moses was able to say what he said in Leviticus 27 and in Deuteronomy 30 and all those different places, where he told Israel basically, look, you're going to mess up, right? You're going to turn from the Most High. You're going to do all this foul stuff. You're going to turn from your heritage. And while you're among your...
You went out, bro. Brother Eric.
Can y'all hear me?
We hear you now.
All right, so he's saying that when you're among these nations, you're going to recall yourself. So like a good example of that would be the example I give often about my awakening. When I was able to see, even outside of being in the truth, that my people as a whole was in a bad condition, I turned to the Most High, right? That's the first mindset that we all need to have in coming into this awakening. A consideration of why your people are in the condition that you're in. That's the first step to turning back to the Most High. Then from there, I went and learned who we are as a people, why we're in the condition we're in, the customs that we kept, the feast days and what they represent, and how Mashiach fulfilled a lot of those things for us. And so that's how I'm viewing that. When you read Jubilees, the first chapter, when you read Jubilees, the 6th chapter, the Most High is reiterating to Moses over and over, look, this is what they're going to do. They're going to get my Sabbaths wrong. And Brother Elisha said that the Sabbaths, right, you get 52 Sabbaths in the year. Jubilees is specifically dividing it up between the new moons, the festivals, the Sabbaths, right? Then you know they're going to forget all of these things. Even the weekly Sabbath, they're going to forget it. The Most High in Lamentations said he caused his Sabbaths and feasts to be forgotten in Zion. So that's the only place the Most High is recognizing these things, the place where he chose to put his name. Now, while we're in this captivity, once we recall and acknowledge the fact that our forefathers turned from those things, right? And that even today we are in our efforts still falling short, right? Recalling our sins as well and the sins of our forefathers. That's when the Most High said he's going to turn our captivity, because once again, you're not fully turning back to the Most High until you circumcise your heart. You got a lot of people keeping feast days and Sabbaths and don't even believe in Mashiach at all, right?
I'll say this much. I'll say this much. People that are keeping the feast days in the Most High's laws, they say they don't believe in Mashiach, but they really do. And not to say that they acknowledge, but you can't keep the Most High's laws if you don't believe in Mashiach, because he is the word, he is the law. But I want to say this also. We're talking about us in our fallen state, right? In Deuteronomy, we're still in our fallen state to an extent, but there seems to be a concerted effort to come back to the Most High via keeping His law, statutes, and commandments. Now, when we look at Jubilees and we see these stipulations, not stipulations, but we see these certain things happening with the 364, and we say, okay, we're in our fallen state, and we see that we have a reckoning of 364 days in a year, and then we see that we can start the beginning of a year based off of the equinox. Is that not a means to correct that error that we're walking in our fallen state, to come back and say, okay, the Jubilees is saying 364, and we've got in that the conjunction with Enoch saying that at the equinox the first day can start. Isn't that a means of correcting the error that we're in? And what do we do to get to that state where we're in Jubilees, not Jubilees, but Deuteronomy chapter 30, where we're actually keeping the Most High's commandments and Him having compassion on us? Because, like, when we look at the situation that we're living in right now, we're seeing judgment. We're talking about the 400-year prophecy. We're talking about these things getting ready to happen. And if we're still at the state where we're not keeping the right days, then something's amiss.
Right. And like I say, I mean, Jubilees as well as history establishes that Saturday is not the Most High's seventh day. It's the seventh day under the Roman calendar. But to answer your question, once again, I can't speak against the effort and what our people are doing, because the Bible said that these things would happen, right? He said that you would go astray as to new moons, Sabbaths, festivals, and everything else. He included everything. So that denotes to me that you're going to be attempting to do these things, but you're going to be doing them in error, right? And he said that even in the first chapter, before he go ahead.
Sorry to interject, bro. But what I was really trying to ask is, how do you feel? Do you feel that? How do I say this? What are the possibilities of this being the correct way of coming back to the Most High? What do you believe that, could this be the possible way of coming back to Him, according to what Jubilees is saying?
I'm saying that by our efforts, that this is a means of us coming back to Him. But in our efforts, we still have to understand our efforts as opposed to the actual reality. Like, for instance, we we looking at it, it's like a good intentions thing, right? Our intentions are in the right place, but we know of examples of people having good intentions in the scriptures and the Most High not showing any regard to that. And I'm not saying that he's doing that here with us. I'm saying that we have to understand the difference. Although we're putting forth the effort, we know that this is a heritage that the Most High gave our people from on high. So this is a divine heritage that nobody else in the earth is keeping, right? It's a heavenly heritage, right? The Most High said you will separate yourself from your heritage that I gave you, and I will cause you to serve your enemies in a place where that you know not, right? So that denotes us being separated from our heritage, or us being in this captivity denotes us being separated from those things that the Most High gave us. Now, in this captivity, the Most High is waking us up. The Most High is giving us understanding, and in our zeal, we are doing the best we can to turn back, because we don't even have to stop with the Sabbath day. We can go to other aspects of the law. So when Moses said, you're gonna turn and obey my voice, that after the things that I'm saying this day, that includes everything that Moses was saying, right? Not just the Sabbaths. And we know that a lot of those things we can't really do to the full magnitude because of the position we in, the lack of resources, the lack of wealth, the lack of land. We don't have the means to separate. If you got a wife, you can't separate from her for 40 days if you have a son, and I think it's 80 days if you have a daughter, right? You don't have a separate quarters to separate from her when she's on her menstrual cycle, right?
Brother, I just wanted
And
to
all
say,
these,
go ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, my fault. No, I was just saying all of these things are aspects of our heritage and culture that we can't fully keep. And even if we try, you know, it's still an error to the effect that we're not under our own jurisdiction. So it's not even that we're wittingly doing these things in error. We doing the best we can with what we have where we are. And the Most High is seeing that, and he told us that this was going to happen. And he said when he sees that, then I'm going to bring you out of your captivity.
Let's
When I,
hold on. Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
Let's take away the names of the days of the week. Let's say we're not going to talk about what the days of the week was named, right? And just seeing that we all believe Jubilees, we believe the book, you believe Enoch, we all believe the Bible. If we have these three books with information that's leading us to say, okay, let's find out when the first day of the week starts, and we say, all right, we reading these books, and these books lead us to believe and understand that the first day starts at the equinox, right? And we see that first day start, and then we count 7 from there. Wouldn't that be the correct way to understand when the Sabbath is?
I would agree with that. Yep.
So that's basically what we're saying on this end. We're saying we understand that we're dealing in a society that names the days of the weeks and their months and things like that. Hebrews, we didn't name our days of the week. We dealt with ordinal numbers. So even though we're dealing with that, we know they couldn't change the luminaries. They couldn't change the path of the sun, the moon, the stars. When the Most High set up the equinox, he set that up in a manner so that we can tell based off of that when the first day of the month of the first year, beginning of the year starts. So that's where we're counting from. We're not taking into account whether it's called Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We're
Right.
taking into account that the equinox starts the first day of the year. And we're saying, okay, if that starts the first day of the year, then all we have to do is count 7 from there, and then we got a full week, right? And then after that, we start over and we count 7 again, the full week. And that's how we continue until we reach 364, which would be the completion of a full year. And within that, we're following what some would call the Enoch calendar. We're following things like Jubilees. We're following historians like Josephus and Philo, and a little bit of Ecclesiastes Eusebius, right? To
Right.
make a determination that this information is good to be followed, as far as us saying the 7th day would be the Sabbath, because
Right.
because at some point we have to reach Deuteronomy 30 when we're actually doing what the Most High had us to do, or we're at least putting in a good effort that the Most High acknowledges it enough to have compassion on us and to free us from our captivity. So even then, like, it's not even a situation when we're out of captivity, but we're in captivity, doing some things that the Most High acknowledges and gives us compassion for, you know.
Right. Let me ask you this, brother Bunyard. If you, let's say you had a son, right, and let's say your son was compassionate about doing carpentry, right? Let's say you was a carpenter and your son saw what you did and he was passionate about it. You know, he got his little play tool set that he mess around with whenever you're not around. And let's say that you decide to let him come on the job with you. And he's so excited, he passionate, he want to do this, you know, he want to learn how to do it. And he gets on the site and he starts doing things in a way that's hazardous, or in a way that he don't really know all the rules just yet. He just so happy to be here, and he's doing something. He's passionate about it, but he's not doing it correctly, right? You're going to see his effort, right? You're going to see his effort, and you're going to say, son, let me show you the proper way to do that, right? In spite of your effort, in spite of your zeal, I'm going to pull you to the side and give you the true basics, the true understanding. So now when you go back and do it, you'll have the fundamentals, you'll have a full understanding, and now you can do this properly, you know, without any hazard or anything. That's the position that we in as a people with the Most High right now. This is everything that's happening now is falling in line with his plan. You know, it's not if we do this, then I'll do this. Yeah, he's saying that, but he's saying that in the sense for us. It's all written for us to encourage us. Because when we see that, what are we going to do? We're going to do it. We're going to turn to the Most High wholeheartedly, right? And that's what we're doing. That's the position that we're in now. We're that child that got that zeal, but we lack the basics. We lack the fundamentals. And it's not our fault, you know. When you start really digging into this thing from a historical standpoint, you will see that these people really lied to us. Right.
Let me see. Go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, you look at it on a broader spectrum than just us that's Israelites, right? I would say the ones that's trying to do it and they're not doing it right are the ones that's in these religions like Islam and Christianity. I believe that we as Israelites, we're the front line to showing the people the right way of doing things, because we adhere to things like Jubilees and Enoch in the Apocrypha, in the full book of so-called Old Testament and New Testament. I believe that we're the front line to show people the correct way of doing it, because the people that's doing it in these other religions, they're doing it, they have a zeal, but not according to knowledge. We get our knowledge from the book. We get our knowledge from a plethora of books that we are looking into. You know, there are people that's in Christianity, they're not going into the studies that we're going into to find out which day of the week we're supposed to be keeping. The people in Islam, they have a zeal, to be a Muslim means to submit to God, right? That's what it's supposed to mean. Christianity is supposed to be followers of Christ. They have a zeal, right? But not according to knowledge.
Yeah,
But
those not the when Paul was speaking in that context, he was speaking of his people. Right. He wasn't talking about Islam, he wasn't talking about Christians, he was talking about his people.
yeah, but in hindsight too, when he was speaking to his people, they knew the feast days at that time. You see what I'm saying? They had the calendars and things like that correct. So just as a broad spectrum, when we're gonna apply it, even as today, like we've said it before, like we have a zeal, but not according to knowledge. That travels across all spectrums within this time also.
Well, that would then go into proving that the 7th day known as Saturday today has always been in alignment with the Most High's day.
Well,
That's why I'm saying, like, it's a lot that, for time's sake, that if we get into, it'll extend the conversation. But that's why I said before, when you look at when the Romans first started their 7-day week, which was in 46 BC, they got their concept of a 7-day week from the Babylonians and the Egyptians, right? Now, it's important to note that they didn't number the days, they named them. Why is that important? Because when you look at how they structured their 7-day week, it was based on the luminaries, the order of the luminaries, right? So their week was in an order based on the heavenly luminaries. Constantine came and changed that order. So you can't say um, we don't number the day. We don't name the days. We just number them and then line them up with what they got going on, because you're talking about two different systems. The motivation behind why they even put their system together was to structure things in a way to make it easier for them to conduct business. That's why they looked to the Babylonians and the Egyptians for their concept of a 7-day week. So you'll have people say that the 7-day week has never changed, or they'll deal with it as if what they establish is in alignment with what the Most High established.
Bro, let me ask you this, brother. You made a statement about the Romans. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I disagree with you somewhat on what you said about Constantine, but I'll indulge you though. You said
Well,
that.
I mean, I got the records on it to prove it.
Not to have disputation, but I just want to address ask you a question on that. You said that Constantine basically flip-flopped the Sabbath for the first day, right?
No, what he did was he changed the order of the Roman planetary week, and he made Sunday the first day of the week, and he made Saturday the 7th day of the week. Now, most people are not even aware of that history.
So let me stop you. I'm just so I can be clear. You said he made Sunday the first day of the week and Saturday the 7th.
Right.
So if he made Sunday the first day of the week and Saturday the 7th, what was it before then?
Exactly.
Well, that's what I'm asking
you. Exactly. Right.
Good. Because
now,
this is good.
Now, when you become aware of that history, it forces you to ask that question. All right, when was the first day of the week? If you look at the Roman planetary week in the first century, Saturday was the first day of the week. Sunday was the second day. That was the order that they were in. Constantine came and changed that around. And then they tell you that he changed the Sabbath day from Saturday to Sunday. No, he didn't. He changed Sunday to the first day of the week and made that the day of reverence, changing Saturday to the end of the week. And that's how you get Saturday continually. That started during the Constantine Reformation. Nowhere in history can you show where Sunday was the first day of the week prior to the Constantine Reformation.
Right, but we're talking about names when you talk about Saturday and Sunday. And then we could just, for the sake of the argument I'm about to make, we're just going to eliminate the names. And we're going to eliminate Constantine and anything that Constantine did to, because right now we're aligning Constantine as a orderly day of the week to get to the time that we're in right now. Now, I made an earlier assertion out of the book of Jubilees, not out of the Jubilees, but out of Philo, that he talks about the seasons, and that out of the mouth of our brothers in Eusebius of classical history, out of our brothers in the Quran caves,
What's up, bro?
364-day calendar inside the Dead Sea Scrolls, out of Philo, and out of Josephus, said that when the sun is in Aries or the constellations in his Aries, that would start our year. This is perpetually what our fathers had said. So they give a season. Whether we follow Constantine or not, today, without any help from anybody else, the minute we get to an equal day, equal night, it's going to end on a seventh day, as in how our fathers applied it. I gave the example that where I'm at right now in New Jersey, at 5 a.m. the sun is rising. So at 5 a.m. you got the sun coming up, and then at around 9 o'clock the sun is going down. So we know in the summertime and inside the spring that the day becomes dominant over the night. This is the same thing as articulated inside Philo and Josephus. And as we get closer to the spring, the day and the night even up to the point where in the winter season, then all of a sudden, which is coming up, the night will start to become more dominant than the day. And it'll go back to equal. We can do that right now. And as soon as it goes to equal, it tell us that right there is the beginning or the end of the year. And that 1 minute over would be the next year. Just that 1 minute. This is something we can follow without Constantine, without saying Saturday or Sunday, because right now most of your argument now, and this is what I'm getting from it, is that because the Mashiach came, we pretty much don't have to wear. He pretty much fulfilled the commandments. So even if we just try to do them, whether right or wrong, we're covered. So with that being said, at least that's what I was taking from it, is that we can easily align ourselves with the proper time of year just by reading what our fathers have said. And consequently, that tends to end on what we commonly call the seventh day. 7 days usually when, matter of fact, that's exactly when equal day, equal night occurs. So the bias, so if you have an argument against the seventh day, the season helps us to align, not just us. We look at our brothers that have count other calendars or other versions of the 364 tend to follow a reckoning of the same magnitude, the same manner. So that's my question to you, is that if we can easily just go by the seasons and we can go by the time to see that it's equal day, equal night, and that falls on the seventh day, will that then change your mind on the fact that whatever Constantine did back in 46 BC, would that change your mind of just looking at the seasons like we're instructed, align us with the calendar?
Well, that goes into more understanding of history. Like when you look at our ancestors and forefathers, where they were, they were in a different part of the earth, different hemisphere. If you look up,
we addressed that though, brother, because our brothers in Israel, we got brothers right now in Israel, and we can call one of them right now on Skype. Not on Skype, but we can call him on Facebook Messenger. He's in Israel now, and it's only a matter of hours. That's the difference, not seasons.
Well, I'm not talking about the matter of hours and seasons, because the thing about it is this: when you deal, like for instance, some people contend whether what we call Israel today is the real place or not. Some people have come out with evidence that it's in Africa, and some people refute that, some people don't. But the point is, when you look at different countries, right? Not everybody goes by the same order. Not everybody has.
My question though, if you just to take everything away, any other information, you just focus on the question I'm asking you regarding the seasons and how those seasons are set according to sevens, and that the fact that given during the hours of the day, because Philo breaks it down to the minute, tells you the increments of the sun dominant over the night, or the sun dominance in the winter season, meaning inside the summer seasons, and the moon's dominance at what you would call the colder seasons.
Right.
And it all end up going back to equinox. Just focusing on that. If we were to get to the equinox and start the year, will we not be correct? Only focusing in on that.
No, not in this time. We wouldn't.
Why would we not be able to do that if equal time, equal night, equal day happens right now? Why couldn't we follow that?
Because you're saying take away everything, right? So that means take away the history of the Roman week. None of that would apply.
Well, I'm
What
gonna say
you're insinuating is that what the Romans did with their 7-day week is in alignment with the Most High 7-day. And
no,
so,
I'm saying that when you read Jubilees precedes us even getting the law and going into the land. That's when we first got it. So you're telling me that I'm saying to you is that our people kept the law all the way up from the time the messenger delivered the message unto Moses. That whole time they never thought to themselves, you know what? We're going to mess up eventually. Let's just let us stop keeping the commandments. They didn't stop.
I mean, the Most High didn't say that would happen.
Hold up. I'm saying the Most High did say it would happen. This happened before we
No,
went into.
he said they would do it wrong. He didn't say they would stop.
What
He
you're
said
saying is
they
that
would do it wrong.
But what I'm saying is that, brother, according to the way you're articulating it, that you basically saying that we should just stop because the Mashiach fulfilled.
Nah. That's not. That once again, that's not what I'm saying.
So we.
That's what you're getting from me. I'm saying keep doing what you're doing, but understand that what we're doing is not according to the proper order that the Most High gave our forefathers.
But when do you keep the Sabbath? Yes.
I observe the same day everybody else observed.
So you recognize in the day that the Greeks or the Romans changed to the Sabbath?
No, I made it clear that this is the day that our brothers and sisters recognize. So out of respect for the effort, I would join in with my people in that regard, but I don't believe Saturday is the correct day.
So even if we did according to the seasons, we get to equinox and it ends up being on the 7th day, as we commonly call it, that wouldn't change anything to you, even though that's what our fathers instructed us prior to the Roman emperors in 46 BC, that our fathers before then had wrote these things down and left that information to us about the seasons and when the year started, making it pretty much easy for us. And this is the thing too, is that our people always came from different areas to get back to Jerusalem, and they never had a problem understanding that the season was the time, because no matter where you're at on the earth, if it's spring here, it's not that much different from anywhere else on the earth. And our fathers understood that. That's why they left wherever they was at, whether it be Asia, Egypt, South Africa, Asia Minor, India, China, wherever they were at, they left those lands and came to Jerusalem. The only reason they knew what time it was is because they could recognize the season. Those fall.
Well, you can measure seasons in conjunction with anywhere you are. It's like it could be spring here, but it's not spring in Africa. Our spring here is not the same as spring in Africa.
Like, so you saying for the whole of Africa or for a part of Africa?
Certain portions of Africa.
So why would certain portions of Africa now be the standard to everywhere else?
I mean, look it up yourself, because of different hemispheres.
I'm asking you, why would certain portions of Africa, which you didn't denote a specific place, why would that now be the standard compared to everywhere else on earth regarding seasons?
I mean, that's a creation issue, bro. I mean, I can't. It's like right now it's like if you say I want to go to Brazil for spring, right? You're gonna have to set your time for around September, because that's spring in Brazil.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about why is it an unknown part of Africa's seasonal changes the standard to everywhere else on the earth? That's the statement you made. Not to be argumentative.
I was giving you an example.
Give me all right, good.
I just gave you an example. Brazil is one place.
An example about Brazil. We're talking about Africa. What place in Africa?
But okay, South Africa. South Africa in spring. Nigeria in spring is different from here.
How different? How long?
Means that it starts at different points of the year, different times of the year. For instance, in South Africa, right? Go type in right now, when does spring start in South Africa, and see what
You
it
can
tells
just
you.
tell me.
Huh?
You can just tell me right now when it is, brother. Obviously, you did the study on it.
If you type in right now, when does spring start in South Africa, it's going to give you September.
So all of
Spring in
Nigeria.
South Africa. Spring in South Africa and in certain other continents that I'm aware of, Nigeria being one of them, spring starts in September.
So Nigeria would be the standard to when we should obey the Hebraic calendar.
No, I'm giving an example of you trying to say that this system is in alignment
No,
with the
it
Most
ain't that
High
I have.
system.
I'm saying whether we were in America or not, we can see equal day, equal night based on the sun. I'm saying that we could see that
Right,
anywhere on earth. And our fathers clearly seen these things in the different places they were at, because when
right,
those times came, they left those respective places and they came to Jerusalem. They didn't have a phone or the internet to call anybody in Jerusalem. All they had was the seasons, the sun, the moon, and the times. And then that was enough for them to know to pick up their crops, because everybody had to have crops, my brother. Everybody
right,
had to bring those tithes to the land. So at every point that they were at, it was a season in which the crops could grow that they can bring them to Jerusalem to fulfill the three major feasts. So my only thing to you is this, is that if we can judge the seasons, which is clearly our fathers didn't go by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They didn't have to worry about going by Julius Caesar or any of the Romans. All they had to have is a simple knowledge of the season. It was easy to do because your crops grew in those seasons. And to
right,
count and to know what time it was, because the sun goes down for 12 hours and the moon, the night is out for 12 hours, easy to know that you're equal day, equal night. That's why I was saying to the brothers earlier, if it's 5 a.m. where I'm at, when the sun comes up to where I'm at, and then 9 o'clock when the sun goes down, we're talking about a simple thing of 13 hours. You got 13 hours where the day is dominant over the night. If we're talking about a 24-hour system, we talk about 23 over 21. When those times get to where the day and the night are equal, we know right there that we have our last day of the year leading into the new season. And also looking at how the flowers bloom when it's fall. We know these things because what's coming now? The trees are out right now, ripe and ready to go. Now, and it's about to be the fall time, and those trees will lose their color. We can look at the Gezer calendar and see they understood these things. The Gezer calendar is a clear representation of the harvest and how our people looked at the harvest. So I'm saying that we're giving too much emphasis on what the Romans did, when even if we eliminated them, we can come back to the year. The Most High left us away to come back to the commandments. It was of necessity, because our captivity and where we're scattered had to leave a way for us to come back so we could be delivered. The Most High said, in the lands you're scattered, that we would turn back to his commandments. He's not saying the Sabbath wouldn't be one of those commandments that we would keep, because the seasons dictated. That's why the Most High was clear. The season of Abib, in the season of Abib, this is the beginning of your year. This is the seventh day. On the 14th,
exactly.
So we don't need anybody but to count and to recognize seasons if we really wanted to know. Now, we could fall back and say, well, the Mashiach died for our sins, and we really can have a approach that, hey, man, why do it? Or I'll do it if I want to. Because that's where we end up teaching the people. Hey, man, do your best and do it if you do what you can do if you want to. And then we're teaching them not to keep the commandments, because they're going to hang on our word to say, you know what? He basically said we're not doing this. We don't have to do it. And then that's who's looked at in the heavens as having instructed the people to go away from a thing. Not to say that that's what you're doing at all, but I'm saying that all the information delineated by our fathers, which, brother, I respect you greatly. But the people you've cited, you haven't cited none of our fathers that actually told us how to follow, like Josephus, Philo, Eusebius Classical, the 364-day calendar, the Quran caves. Even inside the book of Jubilees and Enoch, delineates that the hot sun season or the sunny seasons incrementally go into the next season, into their equal, and go back again. This is all stuff in the same books that we can just eliminate the Romans altogether. The main contention here is that whatever happened with the Romans seems to be the main point of argument, to say, okay, the Romans made a move on Saturday and Sunday, so we couldn't possibly be lined up. But we don't have any thing historically that would say that, you know what, they changed the day, and every nation on the earth decided that they would rock out with them on that, and that everybody was like, okay, y'all changing the seventh day to the first day, and we're just going to switch with y'all. You know, there's no history that says that was done. You know,
No
and
history.
even if
Hold on. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
there's no history, there's no history that the Romans took and was on, say, the third day, and say, you know what, thus be it by us. Now it's today is the sixth day. And even if they did, even if we had some obscure history to say, you know what, they tried it, all we have to do is follow the seasons, and we would end up on the right time this day. Most High did not leave a way for the nations to wholly remove us from the commandments. Not even
Well,
close.
once again, my issue is not lining the seasons up. My issue is with you saying that Saturday is the set seventh day. That's my issue. I don't have no problem with the seasons.
But the
You
seasons
know,
will line it up as it will, even if it makes Saturday the
right,
set
right.
seventh day.
And you're saying that every year the new year is going to start on a
On the
Sunday,
seventh. No. Listen, let's be clear. I'm saying that every year the new year is going to start on a first day. You know,
which is
whatever
what? Which is what?
we commonly call it Sunday where we're at.
Okay. And I don't and from what I worked out, it don't work out that way.
We'll say, so if you worked it out, what day is it actually is the seventh day?
It changes.
Why would it change? Like you should,
Especially if you're telling me that you're keeping, let's say March 20th, right, is the new year, the new year according to the Most High aligns with March 20th as we know it,
Mhm.
right? And you're following a 364-day calendar.
Mhm.
If you continue that cycle out year by year, you're going to find that your new year is being pushed back.
You made that argument before when we had this discussion, and I showed you. At least I made the argument that you wouldn't, because if you count 7 days, why would, if I count 7 days right now, today being the seventh day according to my reckoning, say that this just is, I can't count 7 days and end up at the Sabbath again, and then count again and count again, because now it's just a matter of being at 7. It's not a matter of adding an extra day or taking one away. So by this reckoning, even me counting 7 to next week would take me into the first day and then the second. When just surely doing numbers, you can count 7 by 7 by 7 and get to 364 without having to add a day. And I articulated that to you because we have a fail-safe, which is the seasons. We have a fail-safe in that the moon and the sun records minutes by the minute, the changing of the seasons and the times of the day by the minute, just like a clock. That's why our people in ancient times use a sundial. If we know that those times are being changed every day like a clock, we don't have no need of adding an extra day to a 364. We would just start over every seventh day at the last day, at the end of 364. It would not be 365, 366, and 451. And I made that argument once before when we were having a private conversation, which I'm not saying that should have convinced you. I'm just saying that I made the same assertion then, that it wouldn't just change the days. It would be set.
Well, I made my argument as well, and I showed how each year or each month those days would change. If you're considering a 364-day year, especially if you're going by that count, your new year is not going to be at the same time every year.
But the law tells us it will. The law says that the seventh day.
I mean, according to the law, yeah. But if once again
So why
you're
would the law be
aligning
wrong?
things, you're aligning it with the Roman calendar. That's why
But
you have to make a calendar every year.
But that's the thing. We making a calendar is not going to change the fact that we're going by the seasons. The calendar I made went by the seasons and showed you the seasons within the calendar. The society that we're in, because they have days and weeks, don't change the fact that we're still counting the calendar that we go by. We have to reckon it because we're here. If we were in Africa, we would reckon our calendar with theirs because we're there. It would be no
No, we
place.
wouldn't. If
Well,
if
why
we
would,
were if we were in our land, we wouldn't reckon our calendar with nobody else's because it's
but
a
we all
separate system. It's not.
but
It's a different system. That
But brother, it was always that our people were in other lands, even when we had the land. Look at the
right,
book of Acts. Read Acts the 2nd chapter.
right.
Even when we
But
were
then
in our brother, let me just make this one point. If our people always had a history of being in other lands, but flocked to Jerusalem, why is it now profound that we all have to be necessarily be concentrated in the land just to follow the calendar? Our people did it
because
then.
listen, why did they have to come back to the land? Right? Paul said that I must by all means keep this feast in Jerusalem because that was the law. They had to return back to keep those feasts.
How did he know to
So
keep if he wasn't there? Like, how did he
how,
know that he was at that time if he wasn't there? Obviously, he had an understanding of the times no matter where he was at.
right.
So why is that change for us here?
It doesn't. What I'm saying is when you look at where they were, different parts of the world, just like I gave the example, we here in America, and I say I want to go to Brazil for spring break. I know that their spring doesn't align with my spring, so I just make the adjustment. I know what time of year they're in spring, so I make that adjustment so that I could go and be there for spring break or whatever. So nah, that's not that difficult.
But and I agree with that. It's not that difficult because our brothers that's in Egypt, one of our brothers in Egypt, will say that it's a 6-hour difference. We speak on Sabbath days and different times. It's a 6-hour difference from us being in Mitzrayim or even close to what we would commonly call where our people ended up. I'm not remembering the name right now. And
Well,
Goshen rather.
they
And
didn't
then
keep the Sabbath in Egypt.
you saying you can't keep the Sabbath in Egypt?
Israel didn't keep Sabbath in Egypt.
The first Sabbath that we ever were given, if you go into the book of Jasher, was in Egypt. If you believe Jasher, rather, it would say that Moses went to Pharaoh and he was able to get us the 7th day of the Sabbath off in Egypt. That was inside before we got delivered out. And then the commandment was instituted to us once we left. But initially, if you go by Jasher, rather, if you choose to believe it or not, that we were given the 7th day off in Egypt when we were in bondage. Now, we don't even need to go that far. We can just go back to the creation and know that the 7th day Sabbath was kept by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. At least those, even Methuselah.
They didn't
He
keep the
says that he
Sabbath.
kept. Well, listen, he says they kept the commandments. Now you're saying
Nobody,
no,
nobody, nobody kept the Sabbath on the earth until Israel kept the Sabbath.
no, it
Now
was
you
given.
show
It
me,
was given.
show
Go
me
ahead.
a text, show me a text where it says verbatim Abraham or anybody prior to Israel kept the Sabbath.
Show me somewhere in the text where it says if we can't figure out when the Sabbath is, not to keep it.
Show you what now?
Show me in the text where if we can't figure out when the Sabbath is, don't keep it at all. And this is what I'll
Okay,
say to
let's
you.
go.
I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna say this. Where was a dietary law inside the book of Genesis? But we understand when the animals were put on the ark that they were put on according to the clean and the unclean. But yet the
We ain't
law was
talking
given.
about this. We're not talking about that. We're
Hold on.
talking about the Sabbath.
You brought up Brazil when we was talking about only the seasons. You brought in all these
Well,
other names.
I brought up Brazil because Brazil is one of the places whose springtime starts in September, along with places in Africa.
It wouldn't
I
matter
brought up
because Brazil
Brazil.
was
I brought up
colonized through
Brazil.
slavery. Brazil
It
wouldn't be
don't
a stranger
matter.
to anybody.
Well, how does that change? How does that change what we dealing with?
Because the Europeans is the ones who settled Brazil and enslaved the people that were there. So they would be going by Roman calendar anyway. What difference would it
So
make if they did it?
so they're going by a Roman calendar, but their spring starts in September, where everybody else's spring starts in March.
If you go into Philo right now, it tells you that you got 2 New Years. Believe it or not, brother, our people followed that way. In the book of Philo, he actually gives the information that we have 2 New Years. Some of us recognize the New Year, and he'll actually say the New Year started in the 7th month. Now, why would he say that the New Year, which would be September, according to our reckoning now, would be in the 7th month? He actually used that vocation that it is a new year because our year was viewed in 2 separate new years. If you just wanted to go by how he viewed it, that the 7th month being the second equinox would also be denoted as a new year, as well as the one in the spring. So why would that make it any different if our people ended up in Brazil or anywhere else? Because it's not much different, because those when the 2 equinoxes happen in September and in March. So it's not a marvel to me that in Africa or Brazil that they denote September as a spring or denote it as a new year, because our people did the same, because they recognized the equinox as a start of a new revolution of months, and some of them called it a new year. And I can show you that in Philo right now that he actually uses that vocation. So it's not a shock that they said that in Brazil or Africa. It's just an expression of the equinoxes. And it's in the fact that you're confirming that by the fact that you said September, because the equinoxes only happen in what you would call March and April, and September and October.
Well, what I'm saying is spring for them aligns with what we know as September, right? So that wouldn't be the same. That's why I gave that example.
I'm gonna
Now
show you
you
what
asked
this.
you asked
Go
me
ahead.
to show you where it says we wouldn't be able to find these days, right? And I brought this out before in Lamentations. It tells you, right? Lamentations 2 and 9.
All right, go ahead.
It says, her gates are sunk into the ground. He hath destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision from the Lord. So now he's telling you right here that us being scattered, us being destroyed, our bars and our gates being broken down, our leadership being dispersed and scattered denotes the law being no more, because the Most High gave us a heritage and he gave us a desert.
You there, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went out for a second. I'm listening.
I said in Lamentations 2 and 9. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It said, her gates are sunk into the ground. He have destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision from the Lord. So letting you know that us being scattered away from our land, away from our heritage, our law is no more.
Let me stop.
I,
But this the thing. But hold on one second with that, because when you quote Lamentations, we talk about during the time of Jeremiah. We talk about the Babylonian captivity. We know that Daniel observed the law in Babylon. We know that Paul observed the law in Rome. So that to say that the law is no more, it meant in the sense that we could not keep the law as we kept it in the land. But our people kept the law no matter where they were at, which is clear. Just looking at the people who were taken out of the land, whether it be Daniel, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, whether it be Paul in Rome, our people, no matter where we're going to be, kept the commandments. And the prophecy says that we would turn back to the commandments that the Most High gave us in the lands that we were scattered. I'll give you an example. 1 Kings chapter 8, when it says, we'll start off in verse 46. It says, they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them to deliver them to the enemy, so that they be carried away captives unto the land of the enemy far and near. Yet if they bethink themselves in the land whither they were carried captives, and repent, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them captives, saying, we have sinned and done perversely, and we have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all the heart and with all the soul, in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee towards their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers, to the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name. Then hear thou their prayer and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause. 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, 46 to 49. That we would turn back to the Most High in the land of our captivity. The only way we can turn back to the Most High is to keep the commandments, the laws, the statutes. So there's no other way to turn back, or we would just be talking. A man can't say he's turning back, but then not do the acts contained within the instructions of the God that gave them to him. I mean, I know that we agree on that. We have to turn back to the Most High by upholding righteousness, in
right,
faith,
you can
and
do
all these
that. You
things.
can do that. We can do that by, once again, what good is people saying, I'm keeping this day and keeping that day, but when it comes to the royal law, we falling short. when it
Yeah,
comes to the
we don't
faith in
fall into that
Mashiach, we falling
category.
short.
That's true.
Well,
I mean, I agree
I'm
with
not,
that.
I'm not, I'm not speaking of you and the brothers on this panel. I'm speaking as a whole. But
That's the
then
truth.
once again, that goes back into understanding that us being in captivity denotes us being separated from our heritage. Now, you mentioned Daniel keeping the Sabbath, right? Is that what you
Okay.
said?
Well, I didn't say
All right,
Daniel
can you?
kept it. Say he kept the laws in Babylon. We know that because he didn't eat the food of the sacrifices that was at the king's table. So he went in there. They had a vegetarian diet. So he kept those
Right,
laws, and that would have been, yeah. So go ahead.
right. But I'm speaking of what we're talking about in particular, right? It's a lot of things, even with that, you can always do that. You can not eat meat while you here and do the best you can with that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the days that the Most High instructed to be kept in the land, right? Where in Babylon were these days observed? And where is it documented in Scripture?
For our people to keep the commandment that was instructed, the Most High, and I'll show you where it's instructed. Let's go to Leviticus real quick. I'll
No, I'm
show you where
talking
it's
about
instructed.
in Babylon. I'm asking in Babylon. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
brother, that
in
would be the
Leviticus.
equivalent. I'm saying, I mean, be honest, like, and respectfully, that would be the equivalent of saying that when somebody in the church says to us, "Where does it say in the New Testament you have to keep the Ten Commandments?" Even though it's delineated
No,
in there.
it wouldn't
You
be
know,
the
no,
equivalent of that.
actually, it would be because you're asking for
No,
the
it wouldn't.
specific words. Hold
It
on, if you're
wouldn't.
asking for this, brother, it would. If you're asking for the
You
specific
specifically
words,
said it. You
oh no,
specifically
listen,
said it.
the instruction is there from the law. You're saying that if we end up in a certain place now, that means that we don't have to keep the law. Where does it say that at? Where does it say as soon as we go into captivity, we are not supposed to keep the law? Show me one verse that says that.
I just read that the law is no more. Now you
And
trump that. Show me. It's telling you right there that our princes, our kings are separated. Our city is destroyed. The law is no more.
but
Right?
I just read you in First Kings that we're when in the lands that we're scattered, that we would keep the commandments. That's how we would return to the Most High. The law being no more is that we're cast out of the land. Now we have to keep the land.
Exactly.
Hold up. We would have to hold up. We would
Exactly.
have to keep the commandments of the heathen. That didn't mean to omit our own. We still kept our own. You can go in the book of Nehemiah and see that Nehemiah and them in the land of Babylon kept the commandments. They cast off their own, some of their wives or their sons didn't even speak Hebrew. Nehemiah grabbed the hair of one of the brothers for trying to sell in the gates on the Sabbath day. They wasn't in Jerusalem.
And what gates? And what gates? It wasn't in Babylon. All that was going on in Jerusalem.
You might be right on it. It was in Jerusalem.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that was in Jerusalem.
All that was in Jerusalem.
Yeah, that was in Jerusalem, I believe. Either way, every commandment that the Most High gave to us, we kept inside the lands that we were scattered. It was never instruction that if we were cast out of the land, even when you look at the saying that the law is no more, it would go by if we're led into a land of another nation. The Most High prophesied that we would keep keep the commands of those nations. We'd be under their dictates. We always kept our own
He didn't
commandments.
say his though.
Inside, well, brother, if you go inside the book of Esther, did we not keep the laws of the Most High inside the land of Babylon? I know, my bad, the Persians inside the book of Esther.
I thought they was the ones sent us back to Jerusalem.
No, inside
to
the book of Esther.
To restore the temple.
No, that's not in the book of Esther. We're talking about in the book of Nehemiah and Ezra, we were sent back to restore the temple. In the book of Esther, that's when Esther married the Persian, right? And we kept the laws.
Right. They wasn't.
Go ahead.
They wasn't keeping no Sabbaths and feasts in Persia.
They kept the commandments in the book of Esther.
Nah, man, you can't show me that.
Let's go.
You can't show me where they kept the feasts and the Sabbaths while in Persia and while in Babylon.
if the instruction is to keep the commandments, why is it that inside Babylon you would need them to give a whole nother instruction in Babylon?
Because the main instruction the Most High gave, once again, was to keep the Sabbath holy so that you don't be removed from the land. If you go read
And once he
Leviticus
was removed from the
27,
land,
wait a minute. If you go read Leviticus 27 right now, that whole
what
chapter,
if I just tried to go to Leviticus? You said don't go.
I'm just explaining something real quick.
Brother, you can't change. Look,
Now,
since you want to
you
go,
was
ahead, go.
listen,
Which one to
you
read?
was finna wait a minute. You see now you playing tit for tat. You was finna go to Leviticus after you said Daniel kept the Sabbath in Babylon,
No,
right?
I never said. I said
That's you
Daniel
was finna
kept the
go.
laws in Babylon. He kept the commandments in
I
Babylon.
asked you who kept the Sabbaths and feasts in Babylon. You tried to go to Leviticus.
Right.
Did you not? I didn't ask for that. You supposed to be going to the book of Daniel. Show me where he
I went
kept a
to
feast or the
Leviticus. I
Sabbath.
went to Leviticus to say. I went to Leviticus inside the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, to say you. Let me grab that up. It says, where the Most High says you should keep the commandments in all your generations and all your dwellings. That's Leviticus 23. Let's see. Leviticus 23:31. It says, you shall do no manner work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. That would include anywhere that we've been scattered and all your dwellings.
Right, all your dwellings. Now, if you skip 4 chapters up to chapter 27, you'll see the Most High constantly laying out the stipulation. If you don't keep my Sabbaths, I'm going to remove you from the land, and the land is going to keep her Sabbaths, whereas you didn't keep your Sabbath while you were in your own land. That whole chapter is reiterating that.
And the Most High it was always prophesied that we would get kicked out of the land. But it also was prophesied that we would turn back to the commandments in the lands that were scattered. To sit there to say that, in Daniel, it got to reiterate that our people kept the commandments. You would have to know already that they kept the commandments.
Nah,
that would
bro.
be the whole. Hold on, listen. That would be the whole purpose that Daniel. So you telling me Daniel being in Babylon, sticking to the dietary laws is him not keeping the commandments? You need
I ain't saying he didn't. I didn't say he didn't keep the commandments. I said he didn't keep the Sabbaths and the feast.
Hold on. You're saying that in our scattered land we were not to keep the commandments. How is it that when Daniel kept the commandments? Go ahead.
I'm saying the book says that when we're scattered, that the law is no more. Jeremiah 17 tell you that you will discontinue yourself from the heritage that I gave you, and you will be forced to serve the Gentiles. He didn't say you would be keeping my laws and my commandments, because you can't serve two masters. The most we can do is operate under the royal law, the righteousness of the royal law, which is what our forefather Abraham did.
So you're saying that we don't have to keep the commandments then?
No, I'm not saying we don't have to keep the commandments.
Brother,
Abraham kept the commandments.
You're talking out of both sides of your mouth when you say that, because if you're going through all this trouble to say that there's no instruction to keep the commandments in the lands that were scattered, and then turn around and say that's not what I'm saying, that's ultimately what you're saying, that we don't have to keep the commandments in the lands that were scattered.
This is where your lack of understanding of what Paul is talking about come in. This is why he constantly reiterates Abraham. You still haven't showed me where Abraham kept the Sabbath.
I'm gonna give it to you right now.
I'm still waiting on that.
I'm gonna give it to you right now.
I want to ask a question while the brother getting that. Let's say I'm a new person. I just found out I'm an Israelite, but I don't know anything other than that. And you say to me that that we don't have to keep the Most High's laws. How would you put it? Would you say that is that we can't keep them, or we don't have to?
I wouldn't say neither.
So
I wouldn't tell nobody.
how would you put it? How would you put it concerning the Sabbath day? Would you say to keep the Sabbath day, not to keep it? What would you say, brother?
I would say observe the Most High's commandments, laws, statutes to the best of your ability, but understand that we are in captivity. Same thing I've been saying for 15 years.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask a question that a new person would probably ask. I'm gonna use the person on the screen. If they was to ask what day should we have Sabbath, what would you tell them?
If somebody was to ask me what day should we have Sabbath, I would explain to them the Sabbath according to biblical history to help them understand that the Sabbath is a holy day within the system that the Most High established and not within the system that we're in now.
So would you tell them that the Sabbath was on the seventh day?
Yeah, I would say the Sabbath is the seventh day. That's
So
what the Bible says.
if they said okay, the seventh day is that Saturday or Sunday, what would you say then?
I would say it's neither.
So what day would you
Once
tell
again, we
them?
dealing.
I mean, what day would you tell them to reckon the Sabbath?
I mean, I would tell them if they're a part of a group, a group of people that you can collab and fellowship with, then meet up on that day.
Yeah, but I'm speaking according to if they heard there was an Israelite from you, like
Right.
they,
I'm telling you what I would tell them.
cause
Hey,
they
brother, let me read
don't have,
Genesis.
let's say that they don't have a group and you're the one they learning from, because I in my personal to put myself in the position that I was in when I found out I was an Israelite. When I found out I was an Israelite, the person that told me, I went to them for all my information.
Right.
So I had to find out when the Sabbath was and everything from them, So assuming this person has learned their Israelite from you, and now they're coming to you and they're trying to find out when to observe the Sabbath. You've already said to keep the commandments, right? So now they come to you like, yeah, I read about this right here. It said the Sabbath days is the seventh day. I don't know what should I be keeping it on the Sunday, Saturday? That's how they would probably approach you, right? So at what
Right.
point what did you say to them at that point?
Like I told you, if they're concerned about a particular day, that means they're more likely leaning towards Saturday. So I would tell them to, fellowship with whoever you fellowship with, or if you don't have a group, you know, just have somewhat of a remembrance with yourself. Or, if you can find somebody online to fellowship with, do it that way. But understand the history. Understand that we are simply commemorating our heritage and not actually keeping it according to the order that the Most High gave, because it's a separate heritage. You see what I'm saying? It's a totally different system outside of this one. It's a separate heritage. That's what you're reading about when you read the Bible. This is
Hey,
what
brother,
I.
let
This
me
is
read
what
this.
I.
Let me read
Go
this
ahead.
verse to you when you know. No, I was just going
Yeah,
to
but
what we were talking. Go ahead.
I wanted to continue that because here's the thing: when you have somebody that's a newborn, like a newborn baby or new in the word, right? They're not gonna, that's kind of gonna lead them right back into whatever they was in before if you don't have any definite answers for them. It's like, okay, when I learned, I had to learn underneath someone that had knowledge to teach me and things like that. So this person, if they find out they're Israelite from you, they're going to be looking to you for guidance. They're going to be looking to you to have answers. And
Right.
if you don't give them answers, or you don't say, if you don't give definite answers, then they just gonna fall right back by the wayside. They just
Well,
gonna lose it again. Like,
this the thing about that. I could have said the same for me. This is why everybody has to be responsible for themselves. Now I'm responsible for what I tell somebody. And if they see me fit to keep coming to get information from, then they're going to get the information that I have. When it comes to the Sabbath day, they're going to see that Saturday is not the Most High's seventh day. It's the seventh day in the Roman system, right? We have to be able to look at the Bible in the scope of history. We're reading about our history, our past, our ancestors, our heritage. These are the things that they did. These are the things that the Most High is waking us up to now. Now I'm waiting on Elisha to read to me where Abraham kept the Sabbath, because I got something to.
He gonna
Yeah,
get that.
we're gonna read two parts.
I just because I'm looking at everybody's situation. Like for instance, Elisha, when you learned under somebody for a while, right?
Yeah.
When I learned under somebody for a while. Would you say you learned under someone for a while too? Right? Almost any Israelite that's been steadfast for a while, they had a foundation of someone willing to teach them, you know. And that's why I'm like, when we put out certain information, we got to be careful when we put it out that it's not misunderstood by those that are babes, right? Because if you when you do that, it adds confusion to the new mind, someone who doesn't know any better. Now I can look at what you're saying and I can surmise like, okay, he's saying that in regards to the judgment on that we pass on each other. But what about somebody who's new, who don't know anything about being an Israelite? When you say certain things, it's going to lead them down a certain road. You know, it's going to lead them down a certain road if they don't have the level of understanding in which they won't have the same level of understanding as you do. You know, and we can't just assume that everybody's going to have even the level of study. Like some of my study, I didn't even start studying the way I studied until I started getting that foundation under me and learning how to study, you know, and learning how to go through books and learning what books to read and things like that. So I think it's like, it's not even so much as what you're saying, it's about the responsibility and being aware of how things may be taken, because you said it yourself. You say things, but it's about how people are interpreting it, which is wrong, right?
Right. I mean, but then once again, that's not really my issue, you know, because one thing I do see is like even with Jubilees, right? The Most High telling us, he told Moses that this would happen, right? He told Moses that you know, you're gonna go astray as to the new moons, you're gonna get the new moons and Sabbaths wrong, right? And only thing that happens is, well, how do you explain us today? Well, how you explain us today is a fulfillment of prophecy. Jubilees puts it even clearer. It tells you that in this time that we would begin to study the laws. It didn't say we would begin to keep and observe the laws properly, but that's exactly what we're doing. We're studying the Most High's law. We're understanding the righteousness of his law, which is really the root of the law, right? We're talking about keeping this and keeping that, but the root of the Most High's law is having your heart circumcised so that it could be subject to the Most High's law, which is what our people didn't have.
My bad. Go ahead and finish, bro.
I was done.
All right, so here's the thing. We know Israel fell. We have a long history of us falling and not keeping the Most High's commandments. We got at least 2,000 years of that, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is how do we get to Deuteronomy 30, where the Most High is saying that we obeyed his voice according to all that he commanded, you know, because when we talk about that, we talking about that in conjunction with the 400-year prophecy. We talking about that in conjunction with the second Exodus, which I would say those who watch the video and agree with it, would say that, you know, we're very close to that right now. You know, we're very close to the second Exodus. So we're very close to the second Exodus. That puts us somewhere in the area of Deuteronomy 30 when we're actually obeying the commandments of the Most High. At least somebody should be doing it, right? And if we have all this information and all these witnesses and all these historians that's corroborating when the first day starts and when we should be keeping the Sabbath and the feast days, why are we saying we don't know, right? And I
Well,
have
because
to I have to I have to disagree with you too. Up next, the scriptures is clear, and I would say the information is clear too. If one wants to sit back and actually examine what's been said in this live just by Elisha alone, and the sources that he brought up in just this live alone, right? There's a plethora of information in this live, and it wasn't even a planned study. It wasn't a planned live. We just decided to come on and just chop it up about something, you know? So, but when we start talking about, you know, keeping the Sabbath day, and then we start saying that we don't know if we can keep that or if it's the right day, then we got an issue with those who are new, who don't know what to do. Now they're drawn back into confusion because they don't know what to do.
well, this like I said, man.
Why can't it's like, for instance, if a new person, this is, and I might be wrong, but this is how I would have approached it, being a new babe, right? And loving pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. If someone tell me they don't know when the Sabbath day is, but you tell me an Israelite, I'm like, well, how you gonna tell me I can't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster when, you know, everything, nothing is to be refused. I can pray over that. So you know what I mean? When you do that, you open the door for other stuff to come in. Like,
Well, that's kind of extreme, man. And I think that kind of behavior is for people who have non-believing hearts anyway. I've
but
dealt
that
with people like that.
but that's the thing. When you a babe, you can go either way though. When you a babe,
But that's
you
personal,
already
right?
you're already dealing with a major change in your life already. So if
But
you,
that's
even Paul's writing proof, if you give people the space to turn away from the Most High, then that's what they're gonna do. That's what Christians do. That's why they say they don't keep the law, statutes, and commandments, because you gave just enough space for them to say, "Nah, I don't gotta stop eating pork. Nah, I don't gotta stop keeping Christmas or Halloween. I don't gotta stop keeping birthdays and all of that stuff." Right? And that's just through the interpretation of Paul's writings.
that's personal though.
It's
All
not
that's
personal.
personal.
It's not personal when you're a teacher, though. It's our responsibility to
It
know.
is personal because once again, it's all about your inclination, right? I was a babe once, and I learned under somebody for 5.5 years, bro. And when I first went in there, I wasn't welcomed by nobody. Didn't hardly nobody shake my hand or show no love or anything. I could have used that as an excuse to turn away and say, you know what, man, forget all this.
Let
Because
me
they
ask you.
gave me space. They gave me space to say, you know what, I'm not welcome here, so I don't want to come here. But my mind was focused on something else. That's where everybody's mindset need to be, because you're not gonna learn everything from an individual or from one individual. So
When you
if you're learning from somebody, you have to come in with a mindset to get what you need to get so that you can elevate and grow from beyond that point.
let me ask you. When did you ever come to them with questions?
Yeah, I had a lot of questions.
All right. Did they give their best effort in answering your questions?
Absolutely.
All right. That's all I'm saying. That if we put out information, we got to give our best effort to answer certain questions
Right.
that
And I
a newborn person or a babe may have, you know?
listen, any questions, whether you're a babe or a veteran, when it comes to this issue, I'm seasoned enough and skilled enough in this issue to deal with any question. We talking about the Sabbaths and feast days. So if somebody come and ask me about that in particular, I'm going to give them the information that I have on that. And some people might say, well, do you keep Sabbath or do you do this and do that? And I tell them all the same thing. Look, I don't recognize Saturday as the most high 7th day that he established from creation. It is the 7th day according to the Roman calendar and is what we acknowledge today, but it's not the most high 7th day. And I say the same thing. And however people want to interpret that, interpret it however you want to interpret it, right? But it's still the facts behind the position, the history behind the position, right? Everybody's just assuming, like just like when you woke up and found out you was an Israelite and you learned about the Sabbath Saturday, you didn't ask any questions. You just jumped right into it and started doing it. Nobody questioned the history of this calendar. Nobody questioned where we are now in this captivity, are the seasons the same as where we're from? Those types of things, everything that's intricate, right? But when we do that, we say, well, oh, we being too deep, we being too this. We do the same thing with any other issue. When we deal with the 400-year prophecy, we deal with all the information, right? Whatever information or text we have that touch on that issue or brings out anything dealing with that issue, we bring it to the forefront. That's the same thing I'm doing with the Most High Sabbath day. The Most High established his day from the beginning. So that's where we have to start, from the beginning. Are we in the same order today that the Most High established from the beginning?
With the 400-year prophecy, we came to a definite conclusion that Egypt wasn't the place, and that this was the place. When we talk about the Sabbath, what is the conclusion of that? To keep it or not to keep it? You know, is it or what day?
The conclusion is what the Most High said, that you're going to go astray. You're going to do these things wrong. You're going to do them in error. That's the conclusion. So no more, no less.
Keep it or not to keep it, though?
Say it again.
Is it to keep it or to not keep it, though?
That's your own decision.
There you go, Elisha.
Yeah, we're gonna read 2 verses. We can look at just want to address that question you were saying about did our people keep the Sabbath in ancient Egypt? We're going to read that in the book of Jasher, and then we're going to go back to Genesis. And it says, and Pharaoh ordered a proclamation. This is in Jasher chapter 70. And it says, Pharaoh ordered a proclamation to be issued throughout Egypt and Goshen, saying to all the children of Israel, thus says the king, for 6 days you shall do your work and labor, but on the 7th day you shall rest, and shall not perform any work. Thus shall you do all the days as the king and Moses, the son of Bethiah, have commanded. And Moses rejoiced at this thing which the king had granted him. And all the children of Israel did as Moses ordered them. And it says, for this thing was from the Lord to the children of Israel. For the Lord had begun to remember the children as to save them for their sake of their fathers. So our people they started keeping the commandments or keeping the Sabbath day in ancient Egypt. Now the verse I'm referring to regarding Abraham is referring to him inside Genesis 26:5 when it talks about Abraham kept the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. Because Abraham obeyed the voice and kept the charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Now, if you look at several different places, and I brought this up earlier, is that as far as the law goes of raising up seed to your brethren, that was something that was given before we even ended up in the land. Our people kept that. Our people, Judah, his brother one of his sons was killed because he didn't want to raise up seed to his brother. The law of unclean and clean animals was inside the book of Genesis. The Sabbath was given on the 3rd inside the book of Genesis in the start of creation. So when Abraham is keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, though it doesn't delineate exactly which ones he kept, we know that he kept certain laws. And certain laws that were given to us inside after we came out of Exodus were laws that was already being kept in the earth. So in my decision, I'm saying that Abraham would have kept any of those things as far as the Sabbath day or whatever other laws that he might have kept regarding the Most High. But going into like I was saying in the book of Jasher, that we did keep the Sabbath in Egypt before we left that land. So when you go into Matthew and we start talking about any man who teaches, let's go to that verse, Matthew chapter 5. And that's basically what I would say, that how you're disseminating this information. Matthew chapter 5, and let's go to verse. Let's go to verse. One second. All right, it says Matthew chapter 5:19, whosoever thereof shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall teach them the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. To teach against the commandments, the Mashiach is saying that you will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. You're actually in teaching people, or even to say to them, okay, you can make a decision in the lands that we're scattered to do it or not do it, would be the same of telling them that they don't have to do it. They can make a choice to work on the Sabbath day or not work on the Sabbath day. When it's clear that the Sabbath day was given to us throughout all our dwellings, throughout all our generations, these things were given to us. There's nowhere in the world. And let me make this other point. The two citations that you gave regarding what the Romans had done and going into the book of Jubilees, those two sources you're saying in conjunction, or not in conjunction, but against the sources that was cited out of the 364-day calendar in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Eusebius, Josephus, and Philo, not to mention to go with Jubilees as well, and the book of Enoch, all to the end that we should be able to make a proper account of the seasons in the year according to 364, would be more credible sources in its totality than to go and say, okay, well, Julius Caesar said that Saturday and Sunday is a particular, Saturday was flipped for Saturday, or Sunday was flipped for Saturday, and then going to go into Jubilees chapter 1, not considering Jubilees chapter 6.
Well, no, that's not what's happening, because
That is
this is
what's
the thing.
happening.
This is the thing. Saturday was a day of the week during the time of Josephus, Eusebius. Why didn't they mention that?
All they had to do was say the seventh day. They didn't have to name Saturday.
No, it's because once again, the Romans didn't number their days of the week. Right now, if you want to deal with the history, let's acknowledge all of the history of where Saturday and Sunday came from.
But you're talking about the names of Saturday and Sunday,
Well,
bro. You're talking about what
that's what I'm talking about, because
but you're making it about that.
This is what you're doing. The reason I'm mentioning the names is because the fact that they named their day of the week and we numbered ours is essential to understand, because people automatically align the fact that their 7-day week that they named is in alignment with what the Most High established, and it's not.
But we established that through our history, whether it is or not, brother, that we can actually see the seasons and count the time ourselves right now. It's like you're totally not even acknowledging that a formula has been given by the Most High's people that lets us know what seasons to go by. It's written inside the book of Exodus, the 12th chapter. Our fathers put out this information in Eusebius. They put it out in Philo. They put it out in Josephus. If that information is there to telling us how we can calculate the time, why is it that your focus is solely directly on what happened in ancient Rome? Why not eliminate that and just follow what was given to us?
Because if we follow, that's what I'm trying to do. If we follow what was given to us, right, then you shouldn't be getting the same day on the Roman calendar if we're following what's been given to us.
Well, you're saying that as if you can say concretely that the Romans did something in the calendar that unequivocally just makes sure that the 7-day Sabbath that we follow now cannot possibly be the 7th day. And this is something
that's the point that I'm making.
Let me say this one thing. The Romans, from the time I believe they were following the Julian calendar at the time that you're talking about. Before then, they were following the lunar calendar. Then they got to the point, and I believe in the 16th century, where they went against, during the papacy, that they went against the Julian calendar in place of the Greco-Roman calendar. Even their calendar rotates. If they had a 6th and a 7th day back then, it wouldn't even be that to this day, because it would keep revolving. Why would it make it, if you were just to go by that reckoning? If you would go by the Romans and how they do weeks and years, and this is mainly predicated off the moon, it would not be the same for them, even for them what you're suspecting that it is now, because they have leap years, and they have a calendar that exceeds ours by one day. And the fact that they start their new year in January instead, or during the winter solstice, all us going by the season, if it lined up with the 7th-day Sabbath, which I don't, if it lines up with the 7th-day Sabbath, just going by what our fathers is giving, that should be enough for any of us. Whether it ends up on the day that the Romans supposedly changed, or changed according to your reckoning, long as you can line it up according to the seasons and the time yourself, it shouldn't be no problem. But you're saying even with that, you're not going to accept the 7th-day Sabbath no matter what, even if what our fathers wrote leads you to the same day. So that right there is something that you need to work out within yourself, because right now, the only understanding, listen, brother, let me say this, the only understanding that you seem to be cool with is your own. You're not looking to receive anything outside of what you believe already, at least according to history you check. But you didn't check none of the sources that I cited to you. So you got a lot more history, my brother.
I have those sources, and I use those sources. If you want to go more in depth, that's what I'm trying. I'm holding back. You know, Josephus, Eusebius, they go into great detail even about the day that the Romans attacked Jerusalem and what day that was. I got all of that history. So this assumption, once again, that I'm telling people not to keep the Sabbath day, I'm leaning to my own understanding, but all of y'all are rejecting what the Most High said. You're going to do these things in error, and you think because we're waking up to who we are that we're finding the proper path. People have been keeping Saturday ever since we got here during slavery. They were keeping Saturday back then. So it's not a new thing. What the Most High is telling you is that once you get amongst these nations, you're going to be separate from the heritage that I gave you. And you're going to do it in error. You're going to go astray as to the new moon. You telling me that's Christianity? Christianity ain't keeping no new moons, no feast days, no Sabbath days. They're not acknowledging them. We are.
Yeah, the Christianity actually, in the keeping the Easter, did follow the lunar calendar. They actually kept.
Christianity is not acknowledging any feast days, any Sabbath days, any other laws of the Most High. You know,
number one, you got Christianity, which goes with the Catholic Church. They recognize Easter based off the Jewish people who keep the lunar.
Easter is not one of the most.
But we know that they're considering Easter to be Passover. That's what they're called.
So in other words, they're not concerned about the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments in Christianity. That's the standard of Christianity.
We're not in Christianity. So how they reckon?
Listen, when the scripture says you're going to go astray as to the new moon, Sabbaths, and feasts, he's talking to his people. He ain't talking to Christianity. He ain't talking to Judaism, 7-day Adventists.
That's where your argument is losing water, because our people have assimilated into those religions. So to say he's speaking to his people that adopted foreign gods, pagan gods, and different religion, brother, you're separating it like Christians are a whole nother nation.
All right, so where do those other religions acknowledge?
What I'm saying, it doesn't have to be acknowledged. I'm saying that his people are engulfed in those religions. They're being called out of it to keep the commandments, the laws, the statutes, to return.
So they're not keeping them. They're not.
We all come from those religions, brother, aren't we?
But he said, listen, so that means they're not keeping them. The Most High specifically said, you're going to go astray. You're going to do these things wrong. You're going to do these things in error, after the error of the Gentiles and after their ignorance.
Some of our people did, brother. It was always a remnant of our people that kept the commandments. Always.
Bro.
Our whole nation never been totally in error. Not the whole nation. Some of our people always left some to teach the rest. If the whole nation went in error, we wouldn't have nothing to come back to the Most High. We would have nothing to this day. That's why the Most High always left some that kept the law, statutes, and commandments, that left the history for us that we can have it today. That's why you got a Josephus and a Philo. You can't sit there and say that the whole nation was totally woolly and lost.
The Bible says that. The Bible says that. The Bible says that.
Brother, you got to use discernment, brother. It's not saying everybody would forget. Most of our people forgot. Most of our people didn't have the laws, but you have parts of our sex that kept the law, statutes, and commandments. We got some of the tribes in Africa claiming that they kept the law, statute. The Limba tribe claiming to be the tribe of Levi. It's claiming that they kept the law from the time they were in the land. Whether they did or not is not known to me. But the point I'm trying to make is this: is that most of our people went astray. But some of our people always had a remnant of the word in some places in the earth. They had that. They had the commandments. It was the ones that got scattered into the Americas. We were totally separated because we were totally alienated from everything. But when we lost our heritage, that's us losing our name, who we are. Once we got our names back, once we had an understanding, like the prophecy says, is one will call himself Israel and surname himself Jacob. I'm sorry, one will call himself Jacob and surname himself Israel. That awakening, then we would start to call back and come back to the commandments of the Most High. It was a natural progression that if we was to wake up to who we were, that we would come back to the commandments. That's the only difference between us and the nations. If we don't keep the commandments, then there's no difference from us from them. We're no different than the Christians that run around and say that the law is done away when they keep the law to their heart. We would be no different from them.
So I want to address this passage you brought up in Jasher 70. Number one, this doesn't say the Sabbath. All right, brother. I'm almost say this, bro. Well, this is the thing, brother. Yeah, if you want to say, listen, if you want to say that's the Sabbath, let's go to Exodus the 16th chapter.
If you read, listen, brother, it says verse 47, to you all the children of thus the king spake, for 6 days you shall do your work, but the 7th day you shall rest. The 7th day is the Sabbath, brother. That's 47 in the book of Joshua, chapter 70.
Okay, let's go to Exodus 16.
Can you state that you're corrected on Joshua 70 and 47?
No, I'm about to correct that for you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Exodus 16. All right, because if they kept the Sabbath,
so you disagree with Joshua?
No, I'm saying that wasn't a Sabbath. That was just a day of rest that the Most High gave Israel because of the condition they was in. They was in hard bondage. Okay. So the Most High was granting them some mercy from their bondage, from their hard bondage. Now I'm gonna show you when the Most High first.
Brother, I know Exodus chapter 6, brother. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you know, but you finna learn.
Go ahead, read it. I'm listening. Go ahead.
All right. It says Exodus 16. I'm gonna just read verse 3.
All right.
And 4. It says, and the children of Israel said unto them, would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said Yahweh unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. So if they kept the Sabbath in Egypt, why is the Most High saying he's going to prove them to see if they're going to walk in his law or not? That's my first question.
All right, well, I'll answer your question. When Moses was able to go to the king of Egypt and get our people the rest of the 7th day inside Egypt, that was before Moses even left Egypt to go into the land of Midian. You're talking about roughly 40 years before he returned back.
Hold on. Say that again. Say it again.
This was why Moses was still in the land of Egypt before he left the land of Egypt.
Egypt, what we just read.
Let's go. We're going to look at it again. It says,
no, it's not.
Down to when Moses, hold up. We're going to go down to when Moses actually, now it says, let's just listen. It says, and when Moses was 18 years, go to chapter 71. It says, and when Moses was 18 years old, he desired to see his father and his mother. Anyway, so we're going to look at that's Moses at 18 years old. When Moses leaves the land of Egypt and goes into the land of Midian, you're talking about an excess of time passing and him returning when he was 80 years old. So it's easy to see why that the law, the Sabbath was given in Exodus chapter 16. It was so many years prior to that. And also the king that later came. Go ahead.
You just read in 70 where he granted them a 7-day arrest under Moses.
That was prior to Moses leaving Egypt. Moses left Egypt when he was what, 40? Moses is only 18 at this time. We're talking about over 40 years later when Moses came back to deliver them out of the land of Egypt. And then the Most High gave us the commandment or the law inside Exodus chapter 16. And then we kept the Passover. We kept the Passover the first year in the wilderness, and then we didn't keep it anymore after that. It ceased until we went into the land. So we're looking at the law teaching us something and giving us something in increments. The same way the Most High gave us the Passover, and we kept it the next year after we left Egypt in the wilderness, and then we didn't keep it again for 40 years. It's the same thing happened here. Moses was 18 at the time this happened, and then he left Egypt. He went to Ethiopia, then he went to Midian, and then he returned when he was like 80 years old. So it was so long a time that passed. It's easy to see why the Most High re-gave us the Sabbath when Moses let us out. It wasn't within the same time frame.
And the day arrived when Moses went to Goshen to see his brethren, that he saw the children of Israel in their burdens and hard labor, and Moses was grieved on their account. And Moses returned to Egypt and came to the house of Pharaoh and came before the king. And Moses bowed down before the king, and Moses said unto Pharaoh, I pray thee, my Lord, I have come to seek a small request from thee. Turn not away my face. Turn not away my face empty. And Pharaoh said unto him, Speak. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Let there be given unto thy servants, the children of Israel, who are in Goshen, 1 day of rest therein from their labor. And the king answered Moses and said, Behold, I have lifted up my face in this thing to grant thy request. And Pharaoh ordered a proclamation to be issued throughout Egypt and Goshen, saying, To you, all the children of Israel, thus says the king, for 6 days you shall do your work and labor, but on the 7th day you shall rest and shall not perform any work. Thus shall you do all the days as the king and Moses, the son of Bethiah, have commanded. And Moses rejoiced at this thing which the king had granted to him. And all the children of Israel did as Moses ordered them, for this thing was from the Lord to the children of Israel. For the Lord had begun to remember the children of Israel to save them for the sake of their fathers. So the Most High inspired this, but this wasn't his Sabbath day.
Okay.
Can I interject? I want to share something.
Go ahead.
All right. Because this is what I believe is the formula. Like right now, what we talking about, the reason why I believe that, first and foremost, the reason why I believe we should keep the Shabbat according to the way the Most High just simply said it is because he said so, but also because these things are attached to our deliverance. That's what I believe. I believe they're attached to our deliverance. I believe they're attached to our salvation. All right. And I'm going to share this scripture in Nehemiah. This is Nehemiah's prayer. And he says, can you see the screen? Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
All right. So it says, and it came to pass when I heard these words that I sat down and wept and mourned certain days and fasted and prayed before the Most High of heaven and said, I beseech thee, O Father, Elohim of heaven, the great and terrible Elohim, that keepeth covenant and mercy for them that love him and observe his commandments. Let thy ear now be attentive and thy eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, day and night, for the children of Israel, thy servants, and confess the sins of the children of Israel, which we have sinned against thee. Both I and my father's house have sinned. We have dealt very corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the judgments which thou commandest thy servants Moses. Remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if ye transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if ye turn unto me and keep my commandments and do them, though there were of you cast out unto the uttermost parts of heaven, yet will I gather them from thence, and I will bring them unto the place that I have chosen to set my name there. Now these are thy servants and thy people, whom thou hast redeemed by the great power and by the strong hand. O Father, I beseech thee, let now thy ears be attentive to the prayer of thy servant and to the prayer of thy servants, who desire to fear thy name and prosper. I pray thee, thy servants this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man, for I was the king's cupbearer. Now I'm gonna stop right there and I'm gonna say this seems to be the formula for deliverance. Every time we turn around, if we require for the Most High to deliver us out of any captivity, the formula was to keep his commandments, to come back to his commandments. And it was simple as that. So when we get into conversations of whether or not we should keep the Sabbath or not, or if the Sabbath is even viable the way we're doing it, I don't know if that's a fruitful conversation or fruitful I don't know type of speech to be having, especially when we don't know who's listening. So I don't know, man. Like that seems to be the formula for deliverance. And if we really want deliverance, it should be a straightforward thing. It shouldn't be any doubt sown into whether or not you're going to do it one day or the other. Because if we believe that it's going to be done, if it's done wrong, but it'll be corrected, why even speak on it? Why even say you're doing it on the wrong way? You know. But if you say you're doing it the wrong way, we ought to have the answer on the right way to do it.
Well, once again, if the Most High has hidden something, then you can't have an answer for it. That is the answer. The Most High said he caused his Sabbaths and feasts to be forgotten in Zion. The Most High said he created a sign in accordance with the Sabbath day. Most people, we haven't even mentioned that. I'm sure that went over everybody's head in this chat, including on this panel tonight. What is the sign in accordance with the Sabbath day? It's not the sun, the moon, and the stars. Whatever this sign is, it's a sign that the Most High created to remind us of the Sabbath and to prepare, because it's the holiest day of all days. The Sabbath day in itself is a Jubilee day. But I want to read Romans 1 verse real quick. Romans 3. And that's, I mean, and another thing too, a lot of people in the chat, they listen in on these things, and they have these different dispositions, but this is the nature of what we dealing with. Our ancestors and forefathers contended daily over the faith and over the truth, right? So if we can't handle being able to have these kinds of discussions, that's another thing that's keeping Israel from being fruitful and growing. Like I'm not in variance or hateful or anything toward any of you brothers. We passionate about where we stand. This is the nature of what men do.
Yeah, I just want to say too, man, to everybody in the room, the brother Eric is no less our brother than he was before he came in. We started having this conversation. We have these conversations all the time. So this is just you guys being the fly on the wall to this conversation. But this is the type we conversate like this all the time. So I mean, you're not viewing adversaries. You
Nah.
and them be sitting down and having a discussion. We're allowing you guys to be the fly on the wall within this discussion to see how we reason with each other. Because when we sit down and we decide to do something or put out a lesson, this is the type of previews we go through. This is the stuff that we go through before we put out information. You know, but every brother in here is our family. I love every last one of these brothers. And that's the way it is, and that's the way it's gonna be. You know? But that's all I wanted to say.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna say so likewise. You know, if you hear like any passionate discourse, it's not because we adversaries or we just turned and became enemies or nothing like that. You talk like you hear that our people went into the temple or went into the synagogue on the seventh day, and we went back and forth in the scriptures. We tried to prove our people tried to prove their point. So even with this discussion, Brother Eric, man, is going into a lot of these subjects in depth. We've all done our own study, and we're seeing probably a different, have a different discernment of what we're seeing, but it's not that we become enemies over it. So I got all the love in the world for Brother Eric, Brother Najee, Brother Yashadek, my brother Banya, Brother Cleo, Kadar. So it's definitely all love there.
Right. I mean, and I appreciate that. We making that known for the chat, but I'm gonna just keep it funky, man. You can't handle the heat, get on up out the kitchen. Real talk. And that's just where I stand. You know what I'm saying? This is just the nature of what we're dealing with. Now, Romans 3:21 says, I'm gonna just read this one verse. It says, but now the righteousness of Elohim without the law is manifest, being witnessed by the law and the prophets. So when you look at an example of this, when you look at our righteous forefathers, and this is all prior to Israel becoming a nation, our forefather Abraham, it tells you that he obeyed God and kept his commandments, right? But then it goes and lets you know everything Abraham obeyed, right? From believing that the Most High was going to grant him with a son in his old age, to him sacrificing his only son because he knew that even if he did go through with that, the Most High was going to raise him up, right? So these are examples. You got Noah, who was righteous in the Most High's eyes and undefiled in his generation. You can go read the history of Noah in Jasher, Jubilees, and in Enoch, right? He obeyed the Most High in building an ark in a time where it had not rained on the earth yet. So nobody believed in his work and what he was doing, but yet he obeyed the Most High. And he kept the righteousness of the law, right? And these things were done before the law came on the scene. And Nehemiah chapter 9, it says this, and then I'm going to turn it over. In Nehemiah 9, and I'm going to start at verse 12. Nehemiah 9:12, it says, moreover, thou didst lead them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Thou camest down upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments, a true law, good statutes, and commandments, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandest them precepts, statutes, and a law by the hand of Moses thy servant. So Nehemiah 9 verses 12 through 14 is telling us when the Most High made his Sabbaths, his laws, statutes, and commandments known to Israel through Moses. Let you know that it was through Moses that he made these things known to Israel, right? But when you look at our forefather Abraham, Noah, and everybody before him, none of them had knowledge of these things. The covenant that he made with our forefathers on Sinai, giving them the 10 commandments, which includes the Sabbath, he didn't make that covenant with our forefathers before them. What they walked in and observed was what we read in Romans 3 just now, the righteousness of the law being made manifest without the law. Well, let me read it again. It says, but now the righteousness of Elohim without the law is manifest, being witnessed by the law and the prophets, because even the prophets, most of the prophets were taken into captivity. None of them, while they were in captivity, kept Sabbaths and feast days while they were in captivity. So that's a witness. You had a witness in them. You had a witness in our forefathers that the righteousness of the law without the law is manifest. So in other words, he's telling them that because of the condition that they're in, the jurisdiction they're under, that's the out that the Most High gave us while we're in captivity. The righteousness of his law. Mashiach made that clear in Matthew's, the 5th chapter. It's the 5th chapter, I believe, where he mentions not one jot or one tittle, but then he said, not one jot or one tittle shall in any wise change from this law until all be fulfilled. Then he goes on to explain the law and the commandment. You have heard it was said in old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, whoso look on a woman and lust after her have committed adultery already in his heart. Now that's taking you beyond the written law and giving you the spirit or the righteousness of the law. Because if you start there, you don't even have to deal with the letter. The letter is minute when it comes to the actual spirit of the law. The law was written for transgressors. The thou shalt nots and everything the Most High said, those things was written for people who in their heart are transgressors of the law. But seeing that we're in captivity and we're separated from our heritage, the Most High is waking us up to who we are, waking us up to what our heritage is, and we're turning back to that. We're surnaming ourselves. But what's most important is the circumcision of the heart. Everybody talk about Deuteronomy 30, but the Most High said that I'm going to circumcise your heart and the hearts of your children. That's the key element that was missing the first time. The hearts of our ancestors wasn't circumcised to keep the law. So you had these people keeping Sabbaths and showing up and doing this, but in the Most High's eyes, look, I'm not acknowledging that because you defiling it. You know, and the scripture details everything that they did. But the Bible is clear that the righteousness of Elohim, or like it puts it, the righteousness of Elohim without the law is manifest, being witnessed by the law and the prophets.
Yeah, well, brother, I can't say that I concur with the brother that our people didn't keep the law in other lands, which I don't believe that scripturally is alluding to that at all. But much respect to the brother. It's clear that no matter where we were at, and also prophesied that we would keep the law in the lands that we were scattered to be returned to our heritage. No different than Paul in the book of Acts, keeping the days of unleavened bread in Philippi, which was a Roman province, I believe not far from Greece. He kept the days of unleavened bread in that Roman province. He wasn't in Jerusalem when he kept the days of unleavened bread. You can go into the book of Daniel. We kept the dietary laws. You can go in the book of Maccabees. When we were under Grecian rule, and some of our people went into those lands and we kept the law, statutes, and commandments. If you go into the book of Josephus, he articulates how Alexander made a decree that our people would be to be left alone with our laws. Now, mind you, we're in the land, but foreign leaders, it was always that our laws had to be kept no matter where we're at. And there's no history where our people abandoned the laws outside of us losing our identity and causing us to go away from the commandments. No Israelite in the history of our people abandoned the laws knowing who he was. And it was only through captivity that we didn't keep the laws, which I think that I don't have to think, I know that the history backs up, as well as the scriptures. And when the Most High say you should do this throughout all your dwellings and all your generations, is clear. Our generations was always prophesied to end up in other lands. And that's where we're at. And we turn back to the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High in the lands that we're at. And that's why we can call upon the Most High, having returned to him. Because the Ruach HaKodesh, who leads us in all truth. And if you look at all the apostles, they went out and taught the commandments. Paul, James, all of them, Peter, they taught the commandments. They taught the laws. If you read the 12 patriarchs, I'm sorry, not the 12 patriarchs, but if you read the Didache, it's clear the Mashiach instructed the people to keep the commandments. So that's the difference between us and the nations. And though my brother might have a different teaching and how he would instruct a person, I would always instruct a person to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Not because it's something that I would just implore upon a person, but that the scriptures support that. And that our fathers is nowhere inside the scriptures, no matter where our fathers was at, where it was an indication that they abandoned the commandments, but they did their best to uphold it. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did not want to fall down to a false god. They were in Babylon. They didn't fall down to that false god or to that statue, being in the land where their lives were in danger, and the Most High protected them in the iron furnace or in the fiery furnace. Daniel as well going into the lion's den. So no matter where we were at, we kept the law, statutes, and commandments and upheld the law. It's only through, I believe, through our scatterings through religion that we, through certain philosophies and through certain teachings in religion, we believe we've come to conclusions that our people can make a choice whether we want to keep the law or not. And I'm not implying Brother Eric is saying anything with that. This is known that our people have come to the conclusion that they can, in Christ, they can keep the law or not keep the law. It's clear that the Christ kept the law. It's clear that Paul never offended in none of the commandments. So these things are prophesied no matter where we were at. So I believe that you can only teach what you see our fathers are actively doing. We can interpret anything the way we want to look at any piece of history, but in all the books where I cite our fathers in their writings, it's clear that the commandments was upheld no matter where we were at, and that's what we're doing here. That's how we even know to call out to the Most High, because we return to the commandments. And I don't believe for a second that the Most High is going to make it to where we can't return to him. If the nations can somehow deceive us from any commandment, the Most High being the judge of the whole earth, filling the heavens and the earth, he can make a way for us to return to him. He can make a way that we can be in alignment with him. The Most High did not leave an avenue for the nations to come along and say, you know what, we can totally destroy them and separate them from the commandments of the Most High. It's no different than a lot of our people using the many names of the Tetragrammaton. No matter what the Most High said in Exodus 3:14, is no matter what it says inside the book of the Dead Sea Scrolls that clearly shows that moreover wasn't in 15. No matter what it says in Philo when he talks about our people were using acronyms like Lord and God all the way through, and there was no tetragrammaton. Our people are going to choose the names that they want. And the Most High clearly said in Jeremiah, he said, in the day he instructed our fathers, he said he gave us nothing regarding burnt offerings and sacrifices, but he said, if you will obey my voice, this is what he commanded our people. We don't even do those things that he simply told us to do. We'll find a way to have somebody say, hey man, look at the Moabite stone. Look at this, look at that. When the Most High clearly he clearly gave us a proclamation of what we should do. We're going to go with the way people tell us anyway. So we need to stick with what the Most High said to do. And unless the Most High is saying, when thou art scattered, don't keep my commandments, don't turn back to me by keeping the commandments, the only instruction we should give to our people is that we return to the laws that our fathers received of the Most High. And that's my position on that.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, been silent, been listening, kind of listening to everything. one thing I would say that's commendable for everyone is, everyone's digging into the word, trying to figure out, what the Most High is saying to his people. The thing that kind of solidified it for me, I must say, is being able to pinpoint what the first day of the month is. Like it was said a little bit earlier, I could remove all the names of the week, right? I could remove all the names of the month that we have. And I could simply say the first day of the year is solidified, and I can identify it because it is the day of the equinox. And so from there, and this is just my perspective on this biblically, from there, I could figure out what the first day of the year is and what the first day of the week is. And so regardless of what the names are called or who changes the names or whatever happens, now I can go back and I can say the first day of the year and the first day of the week is this particular day. I could count 7 days and I could start again at the 8th day and say this is the first day of the week, and so on and so forth. I think one of the things that we probably should remember also is that part of all over the world, we've been scattered all over the world at this point. And we now are just waking up to the fact that we are Israelites. And so what has been done to us in these captivities throughout the years up until today? They forced us to eat unclean meat. They forced us to eat pork. We see that in history. And one thing Christianity has done in history is they forced us to worship on a particular day. Now, I don't know, right? They can call that day whatever they want to call it. They could call it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. They could call it Sunday. But they forced us to worship on a particular day for their own cause, for their own reason. So again, if I can go back and I can say that the equinox is the first day of the year, the first day of the first month, this is the first day, and I can count 7 days from there, regardless of what anyone tells me about a day or a year or a calendar or any points in history, I think I've found my answer to what I'm looking for in terms of identifying the Sabbath. And that for me makes a lot of sense. Now, somebody correct me if I'm totally off, but that makes sense to me. It just makes sense to me. And I think, one of the things that we did here tonight is we can start having a discussion, but then when we go into so many different points, right? And then so many different points of disagreement can come up. We can start talking about whether or not Abraham had the laws before they were given to the children of Israel on Sinai, right? Which really, it's aligned with what we're talking about, but it doesn't get to the core of figuring out what the Sabbath day is. So yeah, we can go off. We can start talking about different things, different points of disagreements. But to stay on topic, the topic was we're trying to figure out what the Sabbath is. We're trying to figure out if we should be getting back to that. That is a law that was given by the Most High. The penalization for that, it was death. It was death to our people. And for me, and this is something I said at the beginning, for me, that is something that is vital. That is something that is scary. This is something that the people of Israel died for not keeping. They died for not keeping the Sabbath. So I think it would behoove us to be like, okay, if I don't know when it is, I need to figure it out. And that's all I wanted to say.
Great word, brother. Great word. Hey, so we had Yash in here for like 2 hours without saying nothing. I don't know if Yash is still, if he's still active or not, but we'll love to hear from you, bro, if you are.
Brother Yash.
He fell asleep, man.
Let me see if I could reach him.
Yash done fell asleep on us.
I didn't even know it was almost 1 o'clock. I know y'all made me miss that fight.
Oh,
God, it ain't 1 o'clock where y'all at. Y'all brothers is 10 o'clock.
Here he come.
all right.
But nah, man, I don't. One of the things I don't like, man, is when people try to say, "Oh, you just trying to not do this and do that." Man, I'm gonna run my resume to y'all real quick, and I did this before. When I was a part of my organization, I used to open up the building. You know, these people, I went from first going there, not barely getting acknowledged, to now the heads of the organization giving me the keys to the building. I used to be the first one there and the last one to leave every week. When it comes to the Most High and his feast days, these things are my delight. And I don't really have to justify that with anybody. That's between me and the Most High. But my thing is, it's like anything else. I wouldn't give something to somebody else that's defiled, you know what I'm saying, or not the way it's supposed to be. And that's the way I look at the Most High's day. This is just me personally. Nobody have to do what I do or see it the way that I see it. That's just the way that I see it based on what I've learned and my experience in this walk and dealing with different people. That's just the conclusion that I've come to. I don't want to pollute something that the Most High said is holier than anything else, you know. And so I choose to take the position of humbling myself to my brothers and sisters who do observe these days. And like I said, if I was in the vicinity with any of you brothers and sisters, I would be right there with you, fellowship, not even mentioning none of this. Because it's more about the coming together. We can use those moments really to come together and cry out to the Most High to deliver us, instead of trying to find comfort in this condition that we in pleasure. You know, we can use that time to really get in a sackcloth and ashes mode and cry out to the Most High, bring us back home so we can do these things freely and undefiled and not have to depend on the enemies for our unleavened bread and for our lamb and everything else that we do. So that's simply my position on that. I'm gonna turn it back to Brother Yash. You there, Brother Yash?
Brother Yash done fell asleep on us.
I just talked to him.
Maybe having problems with his mic or something.
Probably.
Yeah, it's a problem with his mic because he sent a message that said, "I'm back." So Brother Yash, if you can hear us, your mic is either muted or off or something.
Gosh.
No, I just talked to him.
Gosh. Gosh.
Look like he's trying to work it out, man. He keep pushing the mute button and taking it off. He working it out. See if we give him a minute.
Yeah, that was a great discussion, though, man. Definitely fire. I tell you what, though, man. You brothers right here, you and Elisha, you brothers y'all can get in because I don't even have that many words. I ran out of words like 3 hours ago.
Hey, man, we can, man, take a day where we all just go into it.
Yeah, we go into it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go into it, talk about it some more. Don't leave yet, Eric. I got something I got to show you, man. When we sign off.
All right. I got him on the phone now. Try to see if you can chime in now. No, on the computer. Your mic muted out. Okay. Now it's not muted, but we still can't hear you. That's all right. You wanna talk real quick?
Kenyatta said he got to get rid of that Fisher Price mic he using.
Yeah, so you got to get rid of that plate, that Oshkosh mic with the.
If y'all can hear me,
Y'all hear him good?
Yeah, man, I can hear him.
Nah.
you know, this is a good discussion. The first thing when we was doing this series, what happened was in the beginning when we started this, I didn't even understand the implications of the days. I mean, I did. Okay, I keep the Sabbath. Okay, I that's one thing. It said the Sabbath is the most holy day of all creation. That's why most of the holy days are on the Sabbath. And I commend you, brother Elisha and Salt for that calendar. I also asked y'all to send me one. It is good. However, through the course of the studies, I did also realize, first of all, I didn't even have an understanding. It was just over my head. But I did everything in faith because that's what we're really operating on. And I agree with Brother Najee, what he said wholeheartedly. I said it in the thing that it's our hearts that the Most High honors, that we're even trying to keep these feast days. Since the majority of us keep it on the day known as Saturday, which is this seventh day of the week as we come to know about in this system, yes, I keep it with the family. I always say Shabbat Shalom. You know what I mean? But I'm also under the belief and understanding that these days is this is corrupted. You know, it said that in Jubilees chapter 6, it says, for this reason the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days, the Kadesh with the unclean, and the unclean with the Kadesh, for they will go wrong as to the months, Shabbats, feasts, and Jubilees. And I stand with that as a prophecy. However, throughout the course of this discussion tonight, because you know how many we got our people, we're all over the place. Some people keep Sabbath as the months change because they're doing a lunar Sabbath. Our holy days are not falling on the same days as the calendars states. You know, amongst us as a group, as a whole. So, in my conclusion, because like I say, that is a good calendar and I requested it. And we also did a thing where, according to that, the days was always jumping. I don't know how many times we went over that, but that's still beside the point, because I would never teach against the law. If someone asks me about what day do I keep the Sabbath, I would tell them that most of our people, many of our people, we keep the Sabbath on what is known as the Sabbath day, the majority. I say, or Saturday, which is they call what they call a Sabbath. I say, however, we got some people that keep it on days according to a different calendar, a lunar calendar, and things like that. But I say the majority of us on the whole keep it on a Saturday. And, you know, I'm in lock, stock, and barrel as far as keeping it with our people. And I ain't going to give them no extra information if they're not asking for any extra information, you know, because I like to try to steer away from controversy. However, I do agree with Brother E that these are, this is an unclean day, and I could be wrong. Okay? I could be wrong. But I also believe that when we are gathered and we are taken into our land and or into the wilderness, I believe that we're going to get all things restored to us in the proper way, you know, because we are under a different system. And it may very well not be the Most High system. And that's my belief. However, I stand with the family, and I would never tell anyone. And I said it in all our videos throughout the series. I don't, maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe more. I've always went back and kept reiterating, we're not saying don't keep the Sabbath. What we're saying is, if you run into somebody and they're not keeping it the same as you, don't get a big head about it, or don't berate them, because they're trying just like we're trying. But we're all in Babylon. That means we're all in confusion. And until we come into the unity of the knowledge of the faith, we're all going to have some things wrong, some things right. But the Most High is honoring the conditions of your heart, because we're turning to Him back with all our heart as best as we can. That's my position, my brothers. And before I go, I want to say I'm glad to see y'all, Brother Banya, Brother Najee, Brother Elisha. I tried to reach out to Cleo, and he tried to reach out to me. Even just, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was telling myself I have to call the brethren, but I know y'all on this California time, not you, Elisha, but I know y'all on it, and I'm like, I get off at this time, and Banya gonna be at work, and then by the time the days was over, you know, I mean, my day is off. I was so beat, I just falling asleep. But I'm glad to see y'all in full force tonight. I'm just glad to see y'all, because y'all been missed. So don't be taking all these hiatuses like that. because you're valuable to the kingdom, and ain't no brothers like y'all. That's all I got to say. My family, shalom. My mic is broken. Peace, love to you all.
Likewise, bro. Likewise. So I'm going to close this out with my position. obviously, because of my stance of even following the Enoch calendar, I feel as if we have the correct day of keeping the Shabbat, therefore we keep it. But to just really simplify things as a whole, and how I feel about the Most High's commandments as a whole, I'm going to quote Paul here. And Paul says, and I'm going to just read it plainly, is he the God of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, of the Gentiles also. Seeing it is one God which shall justify the circumcision by faith and the uncircumcision through faith, do we make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yea, we establish the law. Now, when we look into that word establish, this is what it means: to found, institute, build, or bring into being a firm or stable basis. So, as Mashiach said, blessed are those who teach his law, statutes, and commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life. And that's what we seek to do. And we seek to be able to give answers to those who don't have the answers and to those who have questions. So with that being said, it's always a blessing to fellowship with the brothers, fellowship with the sisters, all Israel. And this discussion has been a great one. I want to thank the brother Ibri for coming on and gracing us with his presence and his discussion and his questions and his answers. Also, likewise with the brother Elisha, Yashadek, and the brother Najee. All you brothers are greatly loved. May the Most High bless all of you, and may the Most High bless Israel. It's been your brother Banya. Then, not unless anybody had anything else to say before I close out.
Yeah, let me say one thing. Just want to salute the brother Yashadek. I always want to salute the elder brother and say peace and blessings, brother Ebru, brother Najee, and as always, brother Banya. And for our brothers that are not here, peace and blessings to them, just in case they're in the chat. And not to forget our brothers like Jason Phillip McCauley. Hey, brother, love seeing you in there. And not to omit anybody, man. Peace and blessings. Love all of you.
Amen.
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 Amen.